Hello. Did I time that right to the song? Probably not because of the delay and everything of the lie. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Hope you're having a good weekend. I'm doing great. Hello, Mr. Taco and Ed and Camilla and Boniface and Harmless. Welcome. Uh, yeah, it's Sumineko Saturday. So, an Astral Sage and BJ Darts. Okay, let me move on to the screen. We're not gonna start yet because I want to show something off. Two things, actually. You might already know what they are. 14 months of Neko. Hello, bug. Yep. Oh, thank you, thank you. Oh, I'm so glad you're reading Mineko. It is really good. And yeah, it's good that you're not staying because massive spoilers at this point. 3/8 of the way in and already. Less than 3/8 of the way in, honestly. Okay, so first off, the stream picture that I used. Because I was like, well, I did one for episode 1 and I did one for episode 2. I might as well do one for episode 3. And I put it on the wrong scene. Fuck. Hang on. Put on the wrong scene. Goes here. Here we go. This one. This one is actually from a background that we haven't seen yet. I did skip a little bit ahead in the story to see it. So, I know the spoilers now. Not really, because I wasn't reading along. I was just fast forwarding. And I already read the visual novel, so it's not like it's a spoiler for me. It's a spoiler for the current chapter and something that we will see guaranteed today. Okay, so that's one. That's one. The other one is this. The other one is this because, like, usually I don't shill my own art like this, but this is like a once in a blue moon occasion where I drew fan arts. Because I almost never draw fan art of anything. Check it out. It's everyone's favorite characters. Maria and Rosa. Together at last. And they both look very excited to be here. Yeah, I will... Pretty much since I was reading episode 2, I was like, man, I really want to draw Rosa doing her evil fucking expression when she's pointing the gun at you. She's such a motherfucker. Oh, thank you. I misread your message and I thought you meant content instead of content. I was like, oh, thank you for wanting me to be content. Which I guess is not wrong in a sense. Yeah, I thought about that one. I was like, wolf and sheep puzzle. Oh, that's good. That's good. Thank you, Happy Toaster. But yeah, these are the two things. This one is not a spoiler because it's from the previous episode. And originally I was just gonna draw Rosa and nothing else, but I was like, but Kind of want to make it feel a little bit more like a story, so I'm gonna add Maria in the background, and she can be like really discontent, like she is in most of the episode. Okay, well that's enough of that, because I need to save my breath for the actual reading. Okay, here we go. I was about to start reading it from the OBS window. That would have been insane. Oh, right. Let me give you a quick reminder of what happens. So we were going through like a whole bit of back and forth between Battler and Beato, as we tend to be doing in these last few parts of the story. And Battler basically got a very minor win in a skirmish, and he was very happy about it. What was the discussion about? Oh, right. I remember. They were bringing up all the thing about how he could like make up a 19th person to blame for everything, and if that didn't work, he could just make up a 20th person and a 21st and a 22nd and so on and so forth. Because there's no limit to how many people there are on the island unless Battle explicitly says there's only this amount of people, and only these people could have killed them, and something that she can't do because then she would deny herself. So it's like, fuck yeah, I won. And then she goes, well, there are other ways to deal with this. You see, all because Badler has his stupid extra self-imposed challenge of, well, none of my family members are allowed to be the culprit, nor the butlers, nor anybody else, nor the doctor. Nobody can be the culprit. It has to be some mysterious extra person that we don't know about. But it can't be a witch. So that's cool. But then Beata goes, well, we can do this. What if your hypothetical 19th person, what if I prove that they're innocent? Without the shadow of a doubt. Then by process of elimination using Hempel's Raven, it's ergo one of the 18 has to be the culprits. I don't even need to tell you which one. It just has to be one of them. And he's like, fuck. And then Rose, and then she is, well, I'll let Rosa take it from here. And then we come back to like the real story, let's call it, the actual game board. And Rosa says, guys, well, that Beato can't be in the island. And everyone's like, why not, Rosa? And Rosa's like, because she's dead. I killed her. And it's like, what? And I think that was the end of last session, basically. And I'm kind of glad I ended it there, because as I was peeking ahead, it would have taken us another while to see what she was talking about. So anyways, this is now the next scene. Beatrice, I have been calling to you for some time now. Did you not hear me? Where are you? My apologies. I was lost in thoughts. Forgive me. The weather is pleasant. Yes, I can understand how the weather has stolen your heart. Will you have your black tea here? Who am I? I will bring some tea now. Wait here for a while. Forget about the tea. Talk with me. Very well. Kinzo had used the excuse of getting black tea to try and interrupt the conversation for the time being. But his attempt had been very transparent. I sat in a garden chair and beckoned Kinzo to do the same. Kinzo sat down heavily, exaggerating his age. For a while, we sat and appreciated the silence. Who am I? Until today, no one has answered this question. For some reason, everyone averts their gaze and obeys me. I have known you for a long time. I think of you as my best friends, even as a father. That is why I want so much for you to tell me. You should know who I am. Why are you worried about something like that? You are Beatrice, the master of this mansion. Is that not so? What more could you want to know? I do not know. What's this? Don't you even understand what it is you want to know? How mysterious. In one's youth, there are times one wants to play in the maze of thought that has no exit. Perhaps that's what your worries are. Kinzo laughed as though it was a trivial matter. However, I couldn't help but feel that this behavior was another attempt to force me to stop any further questioning. So you won't tell me, after all. There is nothing to tell. You are Beatrice. Isn't that more than enough? No, that's not it. What I wish to know is not my name. I want to know who I am. Who am I? What am I? How long have I been here? And how long will I have to continue my days here? I really should bring some black tea. Don't you think it is a waste of all this fine weather? This guy's pissing me off. What's this all about? It looks like it's probably the story of your past, right? Something like that. To think I would go this far back. Looks like you had some pretty deep worries even then. Wondering who you were. That is to be expected. At the time, I wasn't able to understand who I was. Or why I was alive. Well, in puberty, everyone's captured by those philosophical worries at least once, wondering what meaning there is in their life. Doesn't this prove you had a charming period like that at one point? I'd been in that mansion since the time of my birth, and I lived only inside the mansion. Of course, I went out into the garden, but the area around the mansion was surrounded by a very tall fence. I wasn't able to leap through it, and I was told severely that I mustn't leave. I could walk freely throughout the mansion and the garden, but outside of that, not once was my desire to take just one step outside of my own accord granted. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to say that as far as you can remember, you were always a bird in a cage? That is what I thought at the time. After all, as soon as I became aware, I was living like that. I didn't even think to question it. Who in the world are you? That's it? That is why I also hope to know. I'm sure you'll say something like, I wasn't a human, I was a witch, right? No, that's not true. That isn't true yet. Or should I say, that was once the case. I was constructed by Kinzo, a human built by a human. No, Perhaps I should call it a cage made of flesh. What the hell? This is getting weird. You probably won't believe it anyway. But listen first. I was a mighty witch who had lived for 1,000 years. But at one point I was summoned by Kinzo, and by that hidden art I was bound as his prisoner for eternity. Never heard that before. From what we hear in the Yoshinomiya family, you were summoned by grandfather. Made something like a devil's contract with him and gave him the gold. Indeed. That is correct. Then I was supposed to vanish until the contract was complete. But, well, popular women have it rough. By some turn of events, Kinzo fell in love with me. Grandfather's nearsightedness must have gotten pretty bad. With astigmatism, too. To fall in love with you, of all things. Well, to me, there could be nothing more bothersome. However, the power of humans is a frightening thing. He displayed that fearsome power and rooted me to this place. He said I wouldn't be freed until I nodded my head in agreement. Such an overbearing man. Isn't that awesome? Everyone knew grandfather was obsessed with the occult. But who could have guessed he had the power to root down the great witch Beatrice? Ridiculous. Who'd believe such a weird story? As I thought, you don't believe. All I believe is the fact that you live in this hidden mansion in the middle of the forest. You are the 19th person on Rokkenjima, right? Indeed. Just as you imagined, this is deep within the forest of Rokkenjima. A hidden mansion not to be found from the outside world. Its name is Kuadorian, 9 Birds Retreat. Come to think of it, I heard the guest house real name was Torayan, Visitor's Retreat. I see the naming sense is similar. So you were grandfather's mistress who lived here in secret? Isn't that right? Mistress isn't the right way to say it. You should probably call it Kinzo's unrequited love. I spoke of it just now, correct? He fell in love with me of his own accord. He then courted me, but I rejected him. Then I was shut up in this hidden mansion. No, that's not quite right. It would be more correct to say that I was shut up in this body. I got no idea what you said at the end there. You will just make fun of it and refuse to listen, right? After all, you say you don't believe in witches or magic. If you have no ears to hear what I tell you, saying it would be the pinnacle of foolishness. I'll decide whether I believe it or not. After all, I don't ask the story. If I don't ask, the story won't continue. Tell me. Let's hear the story from your past. Very well. I refused Kinzo when he courted me, but he was not a man to lose heart at something like that. He wanted to make me nod my head in agreement no matter what. He shut me up in this mansion and spent an eternity trying to win my heart. Talk about overbearing. Guess no one likes obstinate men, huh? Regardless of whether I responded to his courting or not, having a man so desperate for me was, well, as a woman, it wasn't so unpleasant. However, I never accepted his proposal. I tried to find some way to break through his guard, but that barrier was firm, and I couldn't crack it. And then? After trying to resist in various ways, I eventually reached the conclusion that, to escape from Kinzo's barrier, I would have to throw away this body of flesh. The physical body is a vessel with many restrictions for a magic user. Throw away your body of flesh? What does that mean? Something like an out-of-body experience? Well, if you want to think of it that way. However, I am no spirit. Even though I am a witch, in the beginning, I was born with a human's body of flesh. So for me, throwing away that physical body While it didn't mean the same thing as death, it did require a similar level of resolve. So, in other words, you decided that you couldn't be released except by suicide. Is that it? It wasn't suicide. It was nothing more than throwing away my body of flesh. Of course, becoming nothing more than soul is a precarious situation. When the soul leaves its body of flesh, it's constantly exposed to the strong winds of the sun. It was not easy for me to maintain myself and avoid being scattered by them. It was a final measure that I wanted to avoid if I could. However, there was no other way to break through Ginso's barrier. Anyway, I am an unfettered person. I couldn't stand being kept in a cage until Ginso's life was over. I couldn't see the stuff Beato kept going on about throwing away her body of flesh, as anything more than suicide. Grandfather persistently courted her, and to escape from that, she chose her own death. So you're saying you committed suicide? What are you talking about? Isn't that you sitting carefree there in the garden chair? That's right. That is a new cage I was given by Ginso. Cage? You mean this mansion? No. I mean my body relaxes in the garden chair over there. Even though I was so desperate to escape that I became naught but a soul, Ginso still had no intention of letting me go. Oh, he was a fearsome person. Normally, when the object of one's unrequited love shows that she is willing to die, it should be enough to bring that person to their senses, even if their love has lasted 100 years. Perhaps that's why even he managed to become a sorcerer of sorts. Don't try to confuse me with that incomprehensible witch girl talk. What exactly are you trying to say? That Ginso didn't let me escape even after I became a soul. Human emotions are terrifying. Think he would be able to exhibit such power? Tying down a dead soul is not something that can be accomplished easily. Not even for a magician who specializes in such matters. Because I knew this, Ginso's fearful magical power shocked me for the first time. Then, Ginso seized my soul and brought me back. However, a cage to hold a seized soul cannot be made from iron or lead. Only one thing remained. What? You don't want to say it was a magical cage or something, are you? Wrong. It's that body of flesh over there, just like yours or mine. Only a cage made of flesh and blood can tie a soul down to this world. Ginso shut my soul up in a cage of flesh built to be exactly like me. So, to sum it up, it's like this. Grandfather obstinately courted you, you started to hate it, and you committed suicide. But you weren't clever enough to finish the job. Damn, you really took a roundabout way to say something like that. No, that's wrong. My soul was shut up in the seat of a homunculus, and I was born out of a test tube. Huh? Well, that's crazy. That isn't even possible, right? Ginso accomplished even the miracle of creating life, and simply to shut my soul up in that cage. That he would show such magical power simply because of his own love. A thoroughly terrifying person. It's already gotten pretty ridiculous. Say whatever you want, I won't believe anything. Just do what you like. No. What's with this unpleasant attitude? In the beginning, I showed a little interest, thinking that there might be some huge hints hidden here. Battler. Battler. Okay. She was cloned like a damn racehorse, yeah. Well, I say yeah, but I don't actually know what you mean. Who's cloning racehorses? But the more I ask, the weirder this story starts to get. Battler is not beating the dumbest person in the room allegations. Reading all this and going, yeah, this doesn't mean anything. Whatever, I'm just gonna ignore everything. This is not important. Let's keep moving. Let's go back to the locker rooms. Come on, I'm getting bored. Oh, I see, I see. Oh, I didn't say hello, Willow. Hello. I get the feeling that even though this is supposed to be a game about denying witches, I'm suddenly being forced to just swallow this story about witches. Sorry, but I don't feel like listening to this anymore. Just keep rambling on to yourself as much as you want. I'll be over here, picking at my earwax or something. Oh man, he's throwing so bad right now. He doesn't even know how hard he's throwing right now. When I started acting cold, Vato seemed unusually discouraged. Of course, her expression was still shameless, but in that really easy to understand expression of hers, I had the feeling I was able to catch a glimpse of loneliness and my failure to find the story of her past interesting. For some reason, that subtle reaction made her seem pitiful. So even though I kept my careless attitude, I decided to cover for her slightly. Damn it, even though she's an irritating witch, I'm still weak against her because her chromosomes are XX. Well, I got absolutely no desire to believe you, but keep going. Let's have a bit of a story instead of a tea snack. So you treat the story of my past like little more than a snack. Do you expect me to just casually tell you when you insult me like that? After I made fun of her, Bata reacted a little sensitively. It looked like, yeah, he's not being woke right now. It looked like even though making fun of people was her specialty, she was horrible at being made fun of by others. Just then, my black teapot suddenly made a sound, surprising me. Milady's soul was seized and breathed into a cage of new life. In other words, Milady received life as a human once more. Before I realized it, the demon butler had taken my cup and was adding more black tea to it. Ronov, enough of that. This person just said it was too ridiculous to be worth listening to. Well, he's too ridiculous to be worth talking to. I am baking some new cookies right now. Until they're ready, I thought you might find the story of Milady's past to be a perfect substitute for a snack. Cuckoo. Didn't I say that's enough talking about me? Such unpleasant people, the lot of you. I'm leaving. Ronov, serve our food and then go. No pointless chit-chat with Battler. Certainly, I will make an effort. Bato's short temper peculiar to women, which I didn't really understand, took a hold of her, and she turned her body into gold butterflies, scattered and disappeared. After that, only Ronov and the scent of black tea were left. I feel kinda bad, like I pissed her off or something. As long as you're aware of it yourself, I need say nothing more. Wait a sec. Weren't you the one who struck the finishing blow? My, what could you mean by that? How would you like some sugar and milk? Just milk will be fine. And some tea snacks would be nice too. Well, it will be a bit longer before the cookies are ready. Didn't you say we've already got something to use in place of a snack? Certainly. If you will listen quietly, I will continue the story. She said something about a homunculus. I know a bit about that. It's that thing, right? A manufactured human created with alchemy or something. Oh, right, This is before Full Metal Alchemist existed, so... It was the term wasn't as popular back then. I mean, the term has existed for centuries, but... it wasn't popularized until then. Yes. Milady's soul was shut up in a homunculus, and she was revived into this world, receiving life again as a baby. However, because she was a baby, any professions of love on Ginso's part would have been quite useless. You're saying that grandfather shot that baby up in this hidden mansion until it grew to reach the same age as she'd been? Correct. That is what I'm saying. However, while her soul was the same, a human spirit is strongly influenced by its container. Milady lost all of her memories of the past and grew up as a very normal human girl. And you're saying that's the Beato sitting in the garden chair? Yes, that is correct. It grew to be completely identical. However, it did not possess her power as a witch. Milady was completely human. Beato was sitting in the garden chair, looking up at the sky. Voiced that same question again. She asked who she was. The meaning of those words was finally starting to click. She couldn't understand why she was living here, all locked up. Grandfather had seized Beatrice's soul, shut it up in a body of flesh, and then shut that up in a hidden mansion. However, since she had lived here since the time of her birth, she couldn't even understand who she was, or why she lived shut up in there. Wait. Who would take such a stupid story seriously? Why don't I change my interpretation? In other words, couldn't it be something like this? Grandfather met Beatrice. He then fell in love with her and courted her, but she didn't accept him. Then he flew into a rage and shut her up inside this hidden mansion. Beatrice tried to escape, but no matter what she did, she couldn't succeed. So she finally chose her own death. And then... no. Maybe there was a girl who looked just like Beatrice. No. A baby. Grandfather raised this child with care. But maybe he didn't view this child as his daughter. The soul was once again shut up in a cage of flesh. Those words probably meant that he didn't view this kid as her child, but as her reincarnation. Maybe that's what it meant. If you interpret it that way, even a story this weird might make a little sense, and it's like 10 times more fucked up. No. This might be some bullshit Beta cooked up to confuse me. As if I could accept any of this. In the first place, Kuadorian was it? There's no proof whatsoever that a hidden mansion actually existed. Couldn't this be something she just fabricated on the spot? But Grandpa still could never kill someone. A hidden mansion called Kuadorian does exist in the forest of Rokkenjima. That is the place where we were just talking about. Huh? Red? Ronov used the red to say that Kuadorian actually existed. Did that mean the same thing as the red Beato used? I may not look it, but I am a demon. Please keep this a secret from Milady, yes? Sure. Beato, who knew I would try to trip her up, had grown extremely cautious when using red. To think that Ronov could also use the red. However, it was the red of a crafty man. Unlike Beato, who is very trustworthy, I didn't know how far I could accept it. But anyway, I might be able to get some kind of hint out of it. So that battle relaxed in the Garden of Covadorian, and that conversation he had with grandfather were the truth? Yes, it is the truth. It was the red of a gay man. In the past, the pair actually had a conversation like that in this place. Thanks a lot. I'll ask for some more red. You said she was born from a homunculus, but does that kind of a scientific magical thing actually exist? I am unable to answer that question. After all, doing so would cause a stalemate. A stalemate? What does that mean? It's a chess term referring to a state in which, similar to a perpetual check, any further progress in a game becomes impossible. This would be the opposite of an endless repetition of moves. It's like when both sides remove all the pieces except for the king. Literally nobody can win. Because all moves would disappear, and it would bring about a kind of deadlock. Deadlock? In chess, it would lead to a draw, just as a perpetual check would. However, there can be no draws in the game between you and Milady. Therefore, I am unable to answer a question that would bring about a stalemate. You like Homestuck? I bet. You obviously want to confuse me by saying incomprehensible stuff. But simply put, you're trying to dodge the question because you can't use the red to say that something magical like a homunculus exists, right? Well, it's a devil-proof thing, Battler. Can you prove that a homunculus does not exist? If I were to say in red that a witch exists, would you do? What would you do, Battler-sama? Oh. Whether or not I believe that is what our whole fight's about, right? Suddenly the characters have gotten really into using the speech work move. I can get behind this. If I was told that point blank, it'd be game over. If I said a witch exists in red, you would have no room for arguments. However, since the reason would never have been made clear to you, Battler-sama, you probably wouldn't accept it. However, after being told that in red, you would have no room for argument and would not have been shown any proof. In this situation, even though you wouldn't be able to admit defeat, you would have no way to make a counter-argument, and it would become a deadlock. Even though checkmate would not have been reached, there would be no existing moves. Isn't that Mew? Since you would not be able to play your next hands, it would never become Milady's turn, and the game would stop there for all eternity. As a result, Milady would be unable to force you to submit. That would be a deadlock situation. In order to avoid that, I am unable to answer questions of this nature in red. So, to say it quickly, you're saying point-blank questions are prohibited? Well, that's true, I guess. If I were told a witch exists, I'd have to give up from the start. I am pleased that you understand. I believe we might be able to work together if you ask your questions in a different form. Can you help me with that line Beatrice dodged when I told her to repeat it? About the number of people on this island. If Milady held back on repeating it, then of course I cannot respond. As Milady's furniture, I am unable to be too forward. Renaud made an exaggerated gesture, trying to act like a loyal retainer. This guy's so shameless. Just when I thought you might actually be useful. I'll give up on that and search for a different question. That's right. I was forgetting to say something important. This is a story about Bato's memories, right? When did it happen? It couldn't be happening right now, right? Correct. This is the world of 1967. I already forgot what year it is. It's the 80s. I think it's 87 right now, so... maybe they're about to say it. Yep. The world of 19 years previous. Okay, it's 86 right now. Let's try rearranging this story again. I wonder if it couldn't be something like this. Grandfather fell in unrequited love with a person called Beatrice. Then he confined her in this hidden mansion and continued to court her. But she was stubborn and didn't give in. Eventually, she grew pessimistic about being able to escape from here, and probably committed suicide. And then, her soul was put in a homunculus and... No, if I accept that, it's the same as accepting the witch. I can interpret that part like this. She probably had a posthumous daughter. Grandfather must have believed that her soul had been placed in a new physical body, and might have thought that the child was the reincarnation of Beatrice. That means, at least 19 years ago, Beato existed on this island as the 19th person. I'm starting to get confused. Either way, we can't do more than speculate. The only thing we can say for sure in red is that in 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rokkenjima, Beatrice existed as a human. That's all. That is correct. In 1967, a hidden mansion on Rokkenjima, Beatrice-sama existed as a human. Oh, thank you. That really helps. Congratulations. With this, you have made clear the existence of the piece known as the 19th person. A 19th human for you to blame, just as you longed for. A sacrificial sheep upon which you can shift the blame of any crime. How amusing that it happens to be Milady. Arnav laughed indiscreetly. Somehow I didn't like how he put that, so I didn't feel like laughing along with him. That's right. There's that thing Aunt Rosa said. Beatrice is dead? I killed her? What did that mean? As for that, it may be faster to see the actual circumstances, rather than listen to me to tell you. Let us advance the clock a little more. Renaud pulled a stylish pocket watch from his pocket and touched the watch stem. As soon as he did, I saw gold butterflies gather behind his back and take the form of a person. Was it Beato? I quickly realized that it was someone else. It's Lucifer. I think that's Lucifer. It was her. That oldest sister of the Seven Stakes, who loved tormenting me more and her 3 meals a day. If I don't consider myself lucky to see that sexy cat, I won't be able to keep up with their torture game. Run up, Sama. So, you're still here. This is an urgent call from Beatrice-sama. My. What kind of urgent business could it be? It seems my chat with Battler-sama has run a tad long. Well then, Battler-sama, if you will excuse me. Please continue to enjoy your game with Milady. Yeah. I'll enjoy it as best I can. Because my conversations go a lot more smoothly when they're with you as opposed to her. And you're more gracious with the red too. Come and talk again anytime you like. Battler-sama, despite how I look, I am Milady's furniture. I can do nothing that Milady does not desire. What I said in red was something that normally should have come from Milady's mouth. I did nothing more than announce the red truth in Milady's place as she sulked. So she really was sulking then. Me and Ronova incomprehensibly hitting it off. That Stegnet-chan cocked her head curiously. Ronob-sama, we are keeping Beatrice-sama waiting. Let us hurry. Yes, I shall go immediately. Well, Battler-sama, I will see you later. It appears that we have finally started getting along. As I thought, I have the feeling we'll manage to become good friends. Sure, if you mean partners that gossiping behind Bato's back. Onob-sama? Yes, yes. If you will excuse me. Maybe she didn't like seeing Hinaxon friendly with me, or maybe she really had been told to hurry. When the steak Nechan let out a thunderous cry, Renaud laughed frivolously and disappeared, as if running away. Why am I, the oldest sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory, being summoned for menial tasks like this? Even though Beato-sama could have told one of the younger sisters, who looked like they got nothing better to do. Sheesh. Why so grumpy, Nechan? If you're hungry, eat a cookie or something. Why don't I give you the last one? How thoughtful. Then, shall I take one? I casually pushed the snack plate with her last remaining cookie over to her. Thank you. As though coming as a period at the end of the sentence, a sharp sound pierced the table. The nails some 3 of her fingers extended, grew sharp, and pierced this place between my fingers, on the handle was pushing the plates, missing them by a hair's breadth. It had happened in an instant, so for a while I didn't even realize that her fingernails had grown. The tips of those sharp nails were like blades with a red manicure. The spaces between the bases of my fingers hurt sharply. Those razor-like blades had been plunged into the table a hair's breadth away from the back of my hand and my fingers. Because of those 3 blades, I was unable to even let my careless right hand tremble. And by now, all I could do was let a bead of cold sweat drip down. Oh. Nechan, isn't it about time you cut your nails? It's Lucifer, I was right. That is my glorious name. The honored furniture reserved Batorichi-sama, and the oldest sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory. I'm not like my disgraceful younger sisters. If you don't show proper respect, you will regret it. And why would I regret it exactly? Can't really think of a reason. Stupid kid. Do you really want to play with me that much? Was it that unforgettable? I'll thrust my stick deep into you and let you enjoy being gouged to the fullest, okay? Damn it. Someday I'll have you down on the floor and say the same thing. Oh, really? Wow, I can't wait. Rosa eventually regained her calm. The men wanted to hurry her into talking faster, but Kiria intervened. If something like that really had happened, then it would have been a terrible experience that Rosa wouldn't want to remember. After taking several deep breaths with her hand over her chest, it seemed that she had more or less resolved herself to talk. How old was I then, I wonder? Middle school probably, though I don't remember well. Anyway, I think it was about that age. Which means maybe about 20 years ago. Back then, my grades weren't very good and Mother was always angry at me. I tried to do my best in my own way, but I couldn't match up to Mother's expectations at all. Mother was always very strict with me, so I sympathized with her at the time. You say that, even though you were always talking behind her back. Will you give it a rest, Eva? And then? Also, the fucking double standards, right? People were yelling at Eva because her grades were too good, and it's like, stop wasting your time, you're a woman, you don't need good grades. But they were yelling at Rosa because she wasn't getting good grades. Damn. You can't please anybody. Where did you meet Patorice, Rosa-san? Hey, Yoshi-san, you mustn't rush her now. It's okay, Rosa-san. Tell us at your own pace. Thank you. It was the day I'd been harshly scolded by Mother. Even though my tutor had promised to keep it a secret, apparently they told Mother all about how I had complaints. Mother scolded me brutally, saying my name was a disgrace to the Ushinomiya family. Of course, I was doing the best I could, but I had none of Kraus Nissan's dignity. I couldn't get excellent grades like Eva Nissan, and I had no leadership abilities like Rudolf Nissan. I never stood out, didn't particularly excel at anything, and I found myself asking why I'd even been born into the Ushinomiya family. I began to question more and more why I'd even been born at all. This is what happened on the day I experienced my mind going blank for the first time. For the first time in my life, I realized that in addition to facing or surrendering to my problems, I had the third choice of running away. Though I say run away, there was no way I could have left Rokkenjima and gone somewhere else. But anyway, I wanted to run away from the mansion and my own self at that time. In a way, it was like a kid running away from home, or maybe a passive sort of suicide. I wanted to disappear. Or maybe it was that childlike form of resistance where I tried to make my parents worry by disappearing. I childlessly thought that if I went into the center of the forest, I escape from the Ushinomiya house and maybe become lost. Then I'd make them worry and teach them a lesson. And then you went into the forest that you were told to never to enter. Yes. After reaching the beach, I followed alongside the ocean. I didn't have any particular reason, but I felt that if I went around to the opposite side of the islands, there might be a place that no one knew about, which might become a hidden house just for me. If you go around by the beach, that'd be impossible. It becomes a cliff part way, right? There's no way you could pass that way. Of course. So I kept going wherever I could, which kept taking me deeper and deeper inland. It's a horrible forest without any path, but that was comforting to me then. If I could make it through such a dangerous forest, then I'd be that much further away from the Ushinomiya family. How shameful. If you were scolded because of your grades, all you had to do was work harder. You mustn't say that. Doesn't Rosa have her talent as a designer instead? Literally speaking, he was covering for Rosa. But everyone knew that Rosa's company hadn't been profitable. Quit it. There's no time for sarcasm. So, you managed to end up there by coincidence? At Beatrice's hidden mansion. Rosa nodded weakly. She's a designer. Yay! The rep. The awesome rep. We got the awesome rep. About how far did you walk? Could you show it to us on a map? Natsuhi-san, do you have a map of this island? No, there isn't one here now. It wouldn't help. I was just walking randomly. Even if you gave me a map, I wouldn't know. And 20 years have passed since then. I probably couldn't reach it again even if I went into the forest. Several people let out dejected sighs. It was vividly clear that in their haste, they thought some hint related to the witch's epitaph. Or maybe even the gold itself might be resting there. On Rokkenjima, only the land around the mansion is ready to be developed on. The rest is completely uncultivated, and it'd probably take a lot of work to survey the entire island. But just knowing that it actually exists is helpful. It would take some money, but if we enlisted an aerial photography company to investigate, or asked the businessman who constructed this mansion about what happened at the time, We could probably find some way to search for it. That's right. At least we have more options now, as opposed to when we weren't sure it existed. Indeed. It may be worth investigating right away. The siblings will do that investigation together. We won't leave you on your own, Nissan. It wasn't yet certain that the gold was hidden in that secret mansion, but the scarves seemed to have started flying between Kraus and Eva already. Give it a rest for now, you two. Rosa, please continue. Yes. Okay, so I'm pretty sure the reason people wanted me to continue on the previous session was because they wanted this scene. And I feel a bit vindicated that I stopped where I did, because it took us a full hour to make it back here. I was like, no, the game is probably not gonna give me the scene immediately. It's still gonna take a little bit of a detour here, and yep. Blindly, randomly, I kept running, on and on. Suddenly, I came across something I thought was an animal trail. I was very tired and had no idea how far I'd walked. So at that time, I naturally took the easiest path. Oh, you like this track? There it is! There's the famous fence. As I did, suddenly, right before my eyes, a very, very tall fence appeared. It was a fence wonderfully adorned in a Gothic style. That just looks like a fence to me, but okay. Maybe all the fences are Gothic and I don't know about it. For an instant, I thought it gotten turned around and returned to the original mansion. Of course, there were fences around the mansion to stop us from entering the forest. But this fence was decorated differently, and moreover, it was very tall. It probably reached a full 2 stories up. Holy shit. And I thought I drew my characters too small in that picture. No, I actually got it right. This thing is tall as fuck. It was covered with ivy and created a mysterious, solemn atmosphere. At the time, I believed in the legend of the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice. I'd been told that she was frightening, but some of the servants told me that she'd sometimes help you if you respected her. Since I had little confidence in those days, I believed the only way I could be saved was by receiving her help. That's why I thought what I did. Oh shit. The beat. I believed that this was the fence of the mansion belonging to Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. I thought that if I could meet with Beatrice, she'd definitely save me. So I decided to try going in. But the fence was very, very tall, and it didn't look like I'd be able to go over it. So I chose to walk around it. I thought that if I did, I'd eventually reach a gate. But it wasn't that easy. The fence had an incredible length to match its incredible height, and no matter how far I went, I didn't reach a corner. It might have encircled a massive area. Or maybe I just had that impression because my child's life made it difficult to walk in the forest. Anyway, I couldn't find the gate for a while, and I started to feel sad, as though the witch had rejected me. I did. I eventually came upon a large tree whose twisted root had bent the fence. It might get my clothes dirty, but if I crawled, it looked like I'd be able to sneak in. And there you found the hidden mansion? I didn't know if it was the hidden mansion we've been talking about. Still, at the very least, I wasn't at a place that we know of. It wasn't as though I came out into the garden as soon as I passed the fence. I had to continue through a lot more uncultivated forest after that. As I did, the forest suddenly opened up, and what appeared there was an unbelievably fantastical scene. To think that on Rokkenjima, where I thought only we lived, there could be such a wonderful mansion hidden away. A beautiful flower garden spanned the front of the mansion. It was a flower garden of a completely different design from the rose garden we know so well, and it was very lovely. Of course, the mansion was also wonderful. It was a couple sizes smaller than ours, but it was still elegant and adorable at the same time. Then, I saw her figure. I saw her sitting in a garden chair positioned to give a view of the flower garden, wearing an elegant dress. It was that black dress embroidered in gold that we would later know from the portraits. I hadn't seen an elegant dress like that except in fairy tales and on the stage of musicals. For a person to be wearing it as her normal clothes, that in itself seemed quite fantastical. That mysterious scene was enough to make me lose my sense of reality. If someone had told me that it was a dream, I might have nodded obediently and waited to wake up in my bed. I had forgotten to hide myself in my shock, so she eventually spotted me. At first, her expression was quite listless, but when she noticed me, her eyes opened very wide. It was only natural, considering that a guest she didn't know had suddenly appeared. I lowered my head automatically, planning to greet her and apologize for entering without permission. "Who are you? The new gardener?" Those were the first words she said to me. I grew slightly calmer, because I realized that we could talk to each other. Because I hadn't been turned into a frog just by meeting her eyes, like a terrifying witch in a fairy tale. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have entered the garden without permission." "Who are you? Name yourself." "I am Ushinomiya Rosa." Ushinomiya. "Huh. One of Kinso's family?" "Huh? Yes. I'm Kinso's daughter." "Good afternoon." I was a little surprised. After all, father was a great man, feared by everyone, and yet she had spoken of him without using honorifics. So I was immediately terrified of her. After all, if she could refer to my fearsome father that way, she must be a witch with incredible power. After staring at me curiously, she beckoned me to come over. Frightened as I was, I obeyed. After all, I thought she might really turn me into a frog. The closer I got, the stronger that fear became. After all, as I keep saying over and over, that woman in her dress in the flower garden and the mansion, that whole picture was so fantastical and beautiful that it seemed separate from reality. It probably wouldn't have surprised me at all to learn that she really was a witch. And I really was lucky. She hadn't turned me into a frog. As I awkwardly stood there, stock still, she motioned to an open chair and urged me to sit down. "Have a seat. Welcoming and speaking to those who visit this garden for the first time is my sole pleasure. Of course, I have no pleasures other than that." As she said this, she let an unhappy smile show for just an instant. Because I was full of a strange mix of tension and excitement, I rudely asked her a question all of a sudden. Are you the witch of the forest, Beatrice?" Indeed. I am Beatrice. As I thought. Beatrice actually existed. Did she really look like the portrait? Yes, really, just like the portrait. So, she wasn't just a witch from father's imagination. Well, what did you talk with her about? As she had prepared some tea, she asked me all kinds of things about myself. First, she was surprised that I had come through the forest. Seems she'd believed that many dangerous wolves lived outside the fence. In a metaphorical sense, yes. Like, little did she know, there were no wolves. It was nothing but wild hogs outside. At least 50 of those fuckers. So when I told her I'd come through the forest to reach this place, she was shocked. She asked how I managed to escape from the wolves. Did I give them a biscuit and they let me go? Or did I cover myself in a magic cloak? That kind of thing. That sure sounds like a witch. One interesting person. Quiet, dear. This goes way back. But didn't Father threaten us saying we should never get near the forest because of the wolves that live there? So, I just want to mention something because I never thought about this. Obviously, because I had no media literacy when I first read this. It's cool that they put this and then they add this little bit where it's like, oh yeah, Rosa managed to sneak past all the wolves and nobody knows how she did it. Because, it makes you think of episode 2 again. How did she manage to sneak past all the wolves? We will never find out. Yes, he did say something of the sorts. Ridiculous. Even though Japanese wolves went extinct long ago. Truly a trick to fool children. I don't remember though. Did Dad really tell us something like that? It was the Witch of the Forest, right? I don't think I've ever heard about wolves. This was when you were still in elementary school. Don't you remember? Back then you actually said you thought it'd be cool to try petting the wolves. Father immediately gave up the wolf story and changed it to the story about the witch. Seriously, what transparent lies they were. At the time, the witch story had much more immediate effect on you, Rudolph, than the wolves. I remember it well. Don't you remember those nights when you clung to my back? Hmm. I see. So even Rudolph-san used to be that cute. Shut up. I was just a kid. Well, at any rate, if Father's the one who shot Betorice up there, it makes sense that he used the same story about wolves. To him, the vast forest of Rokenjima was a wall that shouldn't be crossed, dividing his two incompatible worlds. The Ushiromiya family and his mistress's mansion. Considering the height of that fence, it does sound as though Father turned that whole area, garden and all, into a giant jail cell. Just like a word dividing his two separate worlds. Whelps aside, could there have been some breed of stray dogs there at the time? Perhaps the fence was there to protect against those. There aren't any wolves or stray dogs in Rokenjima. That fence was probably a border between us and Batorice. But if she innocently believed that story about wolves, that's pretty naive. That's nothing like what I'd expect the witch to do. You're right. I sensed that too. She was very pompous, just like my image of a witch. But she was somehow very childish. She was, how should I put it, too straightforward. She gave me the impression that she didn't know anything about the world. It was as though she'd come from some fairy tale land. She really was a strange person. What happened after that? Do you really end up talking about that at all? Yes. Once every few days, usually on an arranged day, but sometimes suddenly, father would casually appear and they'd drink together. Or else take a walk together or something. She said she just happened to be alone on the day I visited. I see. An obvious mistress, you might say. My, my. I don't know how much younger she was, but good for father. We can be sure this was no indecent relationship. Idiot. There's no way a lover's meeting between a man and a woman wouldn't have some sensuality. What happened next? What did you talk about after that? I'd already introduced myself, so I asked about her. When I did, the atmosphere quickly grew depressing. How should I put it? She seemed to grow listless and lonely. Hello, Pinsy. How's it going? It was the same expression I saw on her face in the beginning. The 80s, am I right? Yeah. Well, she was his hidden mistress after all. If she just walked around wherever she liked, Mom might have found her. I'll bet she was practically under house arrest. Even though she had beautiful clothes, a beautiful mansion, and a garden, she must have felt pretty cramped. I'll bet she had it rough. And then? She was definitely worried about something. I remember feeling really sad myself when I realized it wasn't something I could do anything about by talking to her. I didn't see the first mention. I just saw you correcting by saying shitting. What? Oh, I'm sorry about your Wi-Fi. She seemed to forget I was even there. She gazed vaguely off into the distance and was silent for a long, long time. I thought I must have said something wrong, but it didn't seem to be the type of atmosphere where I could apologize. So I remained silent too for a long, long time until she remembered I was there. And then she muttered unexpectedly. Oh, yeah. Hang on, I really, really like this track, so hang on. Okay, it's looping now. Are there really no wolves beyond the fence? And now that I listened to it again, I realized 3/4. It's a 3/4 signature. Huh? Yes, that's right. I'd never seen wolves, not even in a zoo. What is a zoo? It's a place where they keep all kinds of animals. They're full of rare animals like elephants and giraffes and pandas. So, there aren't any wolves in a zoo? Then, um, it might not be so scary. Even if they're werewolves, all of the animals are put in cages, so it's safe. That's why you can safely look at them and learn about them. Technically, it could be 16. Nah, it's 3, 4. Okay. The mighty witch of the forest was apparently terrified of wolves. I remembered it looked pretty funny to me at the time. How am I any different? Huh? She didn't know about zoos. I explained how fun zoos could be, but it was very difficult for a person like her who had never visited one to understand. On the contrary, as I explained it to her, her expression grew increasingly dismal. She couldn't see the difference. Apparently, even though she lived in an elegant mansion that was surrounded by a high fence and seemed to lack for nothing, she couldn't see how she was any different from animals shut up in cages. Who am I? Everyone calls me Beatrice, and that does indeed seem to be the name of a great witch, as you say. But that isn't me. I cannot use any magic. I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside my body. There was definitely something odd about her, beyond just being cut off from the world. It seems she truly believed that magic exists. I think she talked about lots of weird things, but I don't remember the details. All I thought was that this might be a person to be pitied. She was unable to leave this mansion of her own free will, a prisoner without even realizing it. And she didn't know anything about the outside world. Didn't even understand who she was. She probably vaguely realized that she was to be pitied. But since she didn't know anything, she seemed incapable of recognizing her own unhappiness. Long ago, when I told Nessan that I felt sorry for a bird in the cage, she said this. A bird that only knows about the inside of the cage doesn't long for the outside. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true, but this wasn't a bird. Especially not a bird. She really was a person. Even if she'd never been outside the cage, she understood that there was more to the world. So, I invited her. Do you want to try going outside the fence? There really aren't any wolves. There aren't. You'll definitely be safe. I want to leave. But the gate is always closed. There is a place I came in through, though. It's got a crack you can slip through. If we go through there, will there be a world outside? Yes. There really aren't any wolves? Right, there aren't any. I'd only planned on inviting her to go on a short walk, but she kept looking over her shoulder at the mansion as though she was seriously worrying over the decision. Then I learned what she was preparing herself for. I have had enough of this place. I want to go outside. And I want to know who I am, what's happening in this world, and why I was born. I didn't know what her life had been like before then. It was probably something she couldn't express easily. If it was harsh, she just had to say she wanted to escape. If it was sweet, she just had to say she'd stay. For example, maybe it was like how a hot fireplace on a winter day makes the air get thicker and thicker, giving you a headache. Even though you know you shouldn't keep things the way they are, you still need the courage to open the window and be tormented by the cold winds. She was starting to realize that she couldn't stay there forever. She was starting to realize that she had to go outside someday. But since she didn't know about the outside world, she must have needed courage to take that unspeakable first step outside. And despite that, she had made her decision. She'd voiced her decision to go outside, a decision she was probably making for the first time in her life. I hesitated for a moment. Father had decided that she should live here. She was like Father's beloved bird in a cage. If I just let her escape, Father might scold me harshly. I want to see. See what? I want to see a zoo. I was just a little surprised when he finally gave me a gentle smile. Could that have been a farsightedness brought about by her decision to enter out from her cage? It was a smile so gentle, I couldn't imagine that it had come from that one stark face. When I speak with you, I keep hearing about things I don't know. I don't even know about this thing called school, nor do I know about zoos. I don't know about movie theaters. I don't know about amusement parks. And I feel from the bottom of my heart that I want to know about those things. Will you take me to see them? Huh? Yes. I was nervous about how I could keep it a secret from Father. But her face looked so happy. So I went along with her and nodded. But she seemed not to notice the meaning behind my vague smile. She seemed to believe that I'd really take her to all those places. She was pure and genuine. She'd probably never been tricked by anyone. No, maybe it's better to say that she'd never learned how to doubt. Her smile was somehow radiant and yet pathetic. I wanted to find a way to grant her a modest wish. I have had enough of Beatrice. I want to know who I am. I want to start out as a new human, not Beatrice. So I want you to take me away from here. I don't need tea anymore. I don't need this dress. I won't meet with Kinso again. Please, take me from here. Rosa. However, that responsibility was one that a child like me couldn't hope to fully bear. And as we later learn, even as an adult, still, when I saw her serious gaze, along with that brilliant smile that made it look as though a possessing spirit had left her, I could feel a little courage start to rise up inside me. This was definitely something that would get me into a lot of trouble. And yet, it was definitely the right thing to do. I don't know how it'll turn out, but I'll take her away from here. Of course, this is young Rosa. This is back when she was nice and pure. Free from all her later sins. Of course, I won't be able to talk to Father. And not Mother either. Should I talk to Onisama or Onesama? No. What about that reliable Genji-san? I mean, if Eva found out about this, she would be having a field day. Or, that's right, what about Kumasawa-san, to whom I can always talk when I'm in trouble? I'm sure they'll be able to do something. Anyway, for now I'll take her out of here. This was already a place she didn't want to be. So I took her to the crack in the fence and let her outside. She was all nervous, checking to make sure there were no wolves around. But once that fear disappeared, even just walking around this dense forest seemed to be fun somehow. Every time she found something, she'd ask me about it. And they were all really trivial things. What's that flower? What's that leaf? And that sound? And that smell? It really was like that inside of the fence that had been her entire world. So now that she traveled beyond the limits of her world, it's strange. When I first saw her, I really thought she was the witch herself, relaxing inside a witch's mansion. Now, it was different. Or actually, the complete opposite. She left the world she believed to be finite, and was overjoyed at the realization that the world was endless, something she'd never thought of before. So everything she saw was new. It was almost as though she was the one who had been thrown into a fairy tale. If she was Alice, then I felt almost like a rabbit holding a watch. To her, it was probably a really fun walk, filled to the brim with excitement. But I was actually at a loss at what to do. After all, I walked randomly to get there. Of course, I didn't know the way back to our mansion. Didn't you come back here several times? Or maybe she just told you about it, the one time you reunited. There were no lights in the forest, and I hadn't brought a flashlight. I realized it would be terrible if it got dark while we were still like this, and grew impatient. She was too innocent, and apparently she couldn't understand at all how frightening it would be to face the night inside the forest. But I was the one who brought her outside. I had to take responsibility somehow and resolve the situation. So I had a thought. Let's go out to the ocean for now. If we then follow the beach around, we should eventually make it back to the mansion. However, that was much more of a problem than I'd imagined. I didn't have a map or a compass. There was no way I could walk in a straight line through an uncultivated forest, and I immediately lost my sense of direction. I already had no clue which trail I had come by and was completely lost. At this rate, night would have definitely fallen before I had a clue where to walk. This was no time to cry. Oh boy, tell me about it. After all, that woman following behind me was so innocent and having so much fun. So I definitely had to lead the way through this forest. For the sake of her smile as well. Gritting my teeth so that she didn't see me looking troubled, I pushed my way through the woods, advancing down a path that wasn't a path. Then, after going through various troubles, I fortunately managed to reach the ocean. That time I still didn't even have a clue where I was on the islands. But for the time being, I was just a little reassured, realizing that if I just went around this way, I would surely be able to return to the mansion. However, though I had reached the ocean, we were at the top of a rock cliff. The beach was far below us. I was tired from walking around the forest for so long, so I figured that an open area, even a rocky beach, would probably be much easier to walk in. So I suggested that we go down that rocky cliff somehow. It looked pretty dangerous, but I figured there was no other way. However, Batorice agreed to my plan without any doubts. Even though she was probably older than me, she meekly obeyed us, almost as though she were some kind of chick who thought I was her mother. I searched to see if there was some part of the cliff I'd be able to get down. Then, I found the place where the cliff had fallen over and made a slope. It looked a little dangerous, but if I went down using both hands and both legs, like I was crawling, I thought I'd probably be okay. Let's go down here. It'll be dangerous if we aren't careful. But if we go down to the beach and walk along it, I don't think we'll have to worry about being lost anymore. Indeed. If that's what you're doing, I'll go too. Even getting lost is fun for me. Quite amusing. She really had no sense of danger. There was probably no doubt that she lived a life without discomfort. Even though she knew it would get dark when night fell, she couldn't imagine how dangerous the inside of the forest could be without a light. Furthermore, it seemed that she couldn't grasp at all how dangerous it might be if she fell from the cliff. I warned her repeatedly to be careful. I cautiously examined our potential route down. It seemed to be quite a long drop. I think it might have been about 10 meters down. If you look at it from the bottom up, it would probably have looked shorter than the roof of the mansion. Looking from the top, it felt almost like staring down the observation room on Tokyo Tower. But Beatrice still appeared to be completely without fear. It felt as though she had never even been taught that high places were dangerous. No, maybe she believed that she was a witch, and that she could fly, so there wasn't any need to worry. Please, be careful. We're pretty high up. Indeed, I shall be careful. It looks like we can get to the ocean if we go down. Is there an aquarium there? No, there aren't any aquariums on this island. But there should be lots of fish in the sea. Whoa. I see. So there are fish. Are there, whales and dolphins and penguins, like you talked about? No, you have to go to an aquarium for those. And you have to leave this island to find an aquarium. Is that so? Well, I'm looking forward to it. What kind of fish are whales? They're really big fish. Huh. Aren't they mammals? And they spit seawater into the air. Oh. And dolphins? They're really smart fish and... oh. Aren't they also mammals? They're really smart and can be taught tricks and stuff. And what about penguins? Weren't they birds? What's going on? We're talking about aquariums, but none of these things seem to be fish. Well... There aren't just fish. It's full of all kinds of things that live in the ocean. I really am looking forward to that. Yeah. She let out what might have been a funny, rushed and short cry. No. It was probably a scream. It came right out of the blue. Her body separated from the cliff and silently fell. I immediately wanted to say something to her. I wanted to say, didn't I tell you to be more careful? It was the thought of a child. It was how a child immediately gets mad when something bad happens, trying to find an excuse to show it wasn't their fault. Of course, I said it out loud. Are you okay? Didn't I warn you over and over? So, she fell from the cliff. And then what? What happened to her? Rosa? Rosa fell silent. Her gaze dropped to her feet, as though she were seeing through the floor into some disgusting memory. She died, didn't she? Eva's brutal words were the ones Rosa had most wanted to avoid. And when she was hit with them, He screamed in resignation. Yes, she died. It was a rocky beach with lots of sharp, dangerous rocks exposed. Her eyes were still open and an incredible amount of blood kept pouring out, quickly spreading out until it looked like a red carpet. I spoke to her, I shook her, but she refused to respond, not even a blink. No, she wouldn't even close her eyelids. It was my fault. She was wearing a dress, remember? Even though I knew her outfit was difficult to move and I said we should go down the cliff. She was incredibly innocent, so she obeyed what I said without any doubts. How long do you plan on remaining dead? Open your eyes already. Darn you, turning into a lump of meat all by yourself while I'm gone. I was just flirting with your Asne-chan, friends. More importantly, what the heck's going on here? Well, as you can see, I missed my footing, fell down, and died. What the hell? Even though you showed up as the 19th person, you were already dead? Don't mess with me, that's impossible. Aunt Rosa was a kid and she was panicked. And it's not like a doctor was there. She probably just mistakenly thought you were dead and you were probably alive and pretending to be dead or something. Isn't that right? It can't be true. She's got to be alive. Hello, Tokai. Otherwise, how can she be here? The kid-aged Aunt Rosa shook Beatrice's body, crying. I stared into that face too, but her eyes were still open and it really was a corpse. I wanted to dodge the issue by saying something vague, like she must be playing dead. But no matter how I looked at it, it didn't look fake at all. It really did look like she was dead. Beatrice had fallen upside down from a cliff of that height, and her head had smashed against the pointed tip of those sharp rocks. Yeah, you probably would die after landing on those rocks from that height, but I couldn't accept it. No matter how dead she looked, she had to be alive. Then she went on to become this damn irritating witch. That makes all the inconsistencies fit. Grandfather must have kept her confined constantly in Hidden Mansion. Then, to take revenge for that, she committed several atrocious murders. Aunt Rosa probably just mistakenly thought she was dead. But she was actually alive, and as soon as Aunt Rosa left, would miraculously breathe again. Then she somehow lived on until today and opened the curtain on her revenge drama. Otherwise, the facts don't fit together. I won't let you trick me so easily. Can you repeat it in red? That she's certainly dead? She has to be alive, right? It's obvious. How does that look alive to you? It's definitely dead. Ugh. My theory that the 19th person was grandfather's mistress, a human Beatrice, had been defeated. I had planned to strike back from a defensive position, but... Then, who are you? You just died, right? Don't tell me you revived yourself with magic. I've already explained that, have I not? The me lying over there definitely possesses my soul. But that body's nothing more than a cage of flesh tying me to the physical world. This is how that cage of flesh was broken. Do you understand what that means? I don't have a clue anymore. Keep having fun with your witch girl tricks. I'll listen to that in place of a snack. It's empty. Hey, could I get some more black tea? I don't know. Our guest would like some tea. When Beato clapped her hands, Arnova appeared. Others sure are convenience. A refill, you say? Certainly. How much shall I pour you? Well, I got more than enough snacks. Half will be fine. Even so, filling it to the brim is the English custom. Even though just enough to wet my throat would have been fine, he filled it to the top. Turned my back to Beato, sipping it in silence. Hey, wake up! Beatrice! Rosa shook me. No, shook the corpse that had once been me. I watched over her from a short distance away. Ah, so I fell from there and died. For a while, I believed that was true. I saw Rosa spend a long time beside my corpse, then watch her as she ran away. Eventually, I realized that I was a different individual from that corpse. That's right. I am me. So, I finally managed to escape from Kinso's bonds. Eventually, I felt the memory returning. The fact that I was an endless witch who had lived for 1,000 years. And then I remembered that I'd been summoned by Kinso, and that I'd been imprisoned by him for a long time. While being imprisoned in a cage of flesh, I completely lost my memory as a witch. However, thanks to Rosa, if you could say that, thanks to my accidental death, I'd now finally regained myself. Rosa, you probably regret bringing about my death, but I should be thanking you. I couldn't see Rosa anymore. Did she go to call a doctor, or was she so terrified that she ran away? It no longer matters. That soulless shell no longer has any value. And yet, I'm so frail now. Even this glorious midday sun is agony to me. I destroyed my human form. Then, I changed it into several golden butterflies. Yes, with my magical power as frail as it is now, this form is easier to maintain. To escape even a little from the light of the sun, I rode the wind and gently flew up the side of the cliff. It will probably be a bit cooler in the forest. Hang on, I need some water. Okay. Anyway, I'll take some time to recuperate and regain my former power, as I ponder how to make Kinso pay off all he owes me. Dancing alone through the air, I looked down at the shore one more time. On the rocky shore lay the figure of what had once been me, a figure I would eventually regain. To regain the form of that physical body I had thrown away, it would probably take more than 100, 200 days. It might require 1,000 days, or perhaps even more. However, I am the Endless Witch, the Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. Waiting any uncountable number of days would be no problem. Oh, Kinso. Regret that you are not here now. No longer will you be able to capture me. Yay! Well, that's nice. The story had a happy ending. And then you change into gold butterflies, hid in the forest, and waited for your magical powers to be restored? Is that what you're saying? That is correct. I take this form to sneer at you, but most of the time it's easier magically for me to keep my form as gold butterflies. Hey, feel free to take a load off and stick to whatever's easiest. I wouldn't mind not having to hear your irritating laugh. When I turned into butterflies and slipped into the forest, it was already no longer possible for Kinso to find me. However, Kinso was not dismayed. Still, he was not immediately able to prepare a way to catch me. So, he first moved to prevent me from leaving this island, and to keep me from regaining my power. My. At any rate, Kinso's spitefulness was unimaginable. It was pretty tough to be loved by someone like that. He found a way to keep you from leaving after you turned into butterflies? What? He put a bucknet around the entire forest? Indeed. A magical one. Didn't you know? On the sea in front of the harbor is a reef, upon which sits a small shrine of Eastern magic. Ah, that. It was gone by this year, though. It was a small shrine built long ago by a Shugenja, right? From the very beginning, Rokkenjima has been an island, enveloped by distortion. It attracts things of magical power and other related creatures. Milady herself is one of them. How about some more tea? Please. They brought harm to humans and probably left several eerie legends in their wake. That small shrine was built in ancient times by Eastern magicians who heard of them. An Eastern magician. A long time passed and that power was lost. By repairing it, Ginso restored this island's barrier and once again bound me to the island. Can Eastern magic work on a Western witch like you? Normally, the affinity would be poor. However, for the purpose of sealing me here, it may have been quite convenient that way. If it was Western magic, I would have had some knowledge. For any barrier, there would have been some measures I could have taken. But Eastern magic is outside my area of expertise. It was as if I had been given chopsticks instead of a spoon for some soup that I wanted to drink. In a space dominated by Eastern magic, Western magic loses much of its power. Even if she were given 1,000 days to regain her strength, she would have to wait many, many more. So you're saying it took you 20 years to regain your power? And now you're revived, as we can all see? Those were horribly long years. I spent many days in the form of gold butterflies, found Kinso's mansion, and watched over him every day. I lived through those days with no means to enjoy myself, except to ponder how I could get back at him. That period of 20 years was fortunate to me. Kinso tried to use all sorts of magic to find and capture me, but each failed. There's a limit to how many miracles a single human can bring about. Even simply holding me captive for that long had been a miracle far above his place. It would be unthinkable for me to be captured like that multiple times. Well, it's a lot of you don't have any internet. And can't speak to anybody. Grandfather said something in the previous game. True. It was something like, magic lies in a miracle of probability. No TV. Fuck, man. Like, maybe by that time there were already TVs in existence, but maybe Kinso didn't care about watching TV, so he didn't have one. Like, fuck, man. And the only people who got to watch TV were like, I don't know, Evans and Kraus, and they only watch boring shits. Grandfather said something in the previous game. It was something like, magic lies in the miracle of probability. Indeed. As Kinso was searching for a hidden art to capture me again, he stumbled upon that. Then, he finally worked out the ceremony involving the offering of 13 people as sacrifices to revive me again. 13 people. Sacrifices. Yeah, just the stock exchange. That is the witch's epitaph. A song of sacrifices. 6 people on the first twilight. 2 people on the second. and then 5 more people on the 4th through 8th twilight. A forbidden ceremony involving the offering of a total of 13 people as sacrifices. Those sacrifices were to be chosen randomly, and the one who held the ceremony, Ginso himself, was no exception. Dumbass. Are you saying that all the gruesome murders on this island were a weird ceremony? I've had a vague idea that this might be the case. You've been theorizing about this since episode 1. But I couldn't just hear that it was true from a witch and a demon and say, "Oh, really?" and accept it. There are 18 people on Rokkenjima. 13 are offered as sacrifices. 5 are left alive. Then I revive. In other words, the odds that Ginso will be able to meet me again are probably around 1 in 3. He bet his own life on those odds, wishing for a reunion with me for the last bit of his remaining life. You're saying he gathered our family for the sake of that joke of a ceremony? Don't fuck with me. Don't say stuff like that, damn it. It was all set out in our contract from the beginning. When Ginso's life ended, all the gold I lent him and all of the assets he created would be given to me. Yes, Ginso did stab me in the back quite brutally. But looking back now, it was a rare and precious time during my 1,000 years of life. After all, boredom is my natural enemy. To Ginso, who offered me the chance to run away from that for several decades. Yes, you could say I owe him for that. I decided to go along with Ginso's game. So, to start, Ginso returns to issue me a family heads ring to me. It was my goal to revive the family, after all. Then, 13 people are chosen at random to be sacrifices. While that happens, you all run about, showing me all kinds of human interactions as you try to oppose me. And entertaining me greatly. All kinds of human interactions. Yes, I truly have taken a liking to this game of Ginso's. I definitely won't believe in that kind of magic story. Then who are you? You fell off a cliff and died, right? Your soul slipped out, became butterflies, and went to the forest? That's not possible. But you're here. Who are you? Aren't you the 19th person? That is true. I am the 19th person. But it's useless, right? It's all useless. There are no more than 18 humans on this Rokkenjima. What did you say? So you're saying that the X in 18 plus X doesn't exist? Are you saying the piece I took, the X, doesn't exist? That is what this means. My condolences. Still, you do move fast, my lady, and I thought you'd let him flounder about before spinning everything around at the end. Well then, Battler-sama, would some more tea be agreeable? I don't need it, damn it. I don't believe it. The culprit can't be one of the 18. Then what are you? And why are you here? If the 19th person doesn't exist, then are you saying you're one of the 18 in disguise? Perhaps you're a castling. Though reluctantly, you're doubting one of the 18 people as your last way out. $2.5 furniture. Huh. However, it will be difficult for me to from here on out. Who's the half furniture? If you choose to stop caring about propriety, you could prepare a culprit freely amid 18 people. Making you reach checkmate by evading those 18 pieces will be truly difficult. As if I'd do that. I won't suspect any of the 18. Oh, yeah. I was thinking of half furniture as in a very literal sense, you know? Like somebody was somehow split in half. I don't want to suspect people. Have I really been cornered here again? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! It looks like we're finally approaching the end. In the third round of this game of ours. You have nowhere to run anymore, right? Well, cannon is pretty short. That's what I was thinking. You don't want to suspect any of those beloved people in the 18, do you? Were you trying to hide that from me? Then why don't you refuse me? They say you should play the opening like a book, the middle game like a magician, and the end game like a machine. I'll corner you from here on. Slowly, carefully, surely. Or, on the other hand, would it be better if I press you all at once? Which might suit your style more. Yes, that should fit you well. Let's do that. I am now fully aware of the sorts of attacks you're weakest against. Battler, you're about to lose, and nobody has gotten killed yet. Battler, I really need to remind you that nobody has gotten killed yet, and you're already losing. Oh, hey, it's Canon! Oh, it's this scene. It really is just like episode 1. Yeah, it's midnight. I like that you see this scene where they just go from one character to another and you know the first day is over. I am once again losing my shit at this part of the story because just like was the case with episode 2, I'm like, man, so much shit has happened and we still haven't gotten to the part to what the actual episode 3 is about. This has basically all been the opening of episode 3. When I was using like string categories for this visual novel, I actually had to look for a different one, and I settled with the one that has like the old sprites because the other one that I used for episode 2 had like the new portrait of Beatrice, and then episode 3 had a different image, and I didn't want to use it because it's a spoiler. Oh, hello. This is a really good use of Midnight. Especially putting Beatrice there at the end. Because at this point it's like, yeah, you know what's gonna happen next. You fucking know what's gonna happen next. Well then. How will this game be resolved? You may submit, or you may resist. Either way, it will truly be an entertaining banquet worth betting my short remaining life on. In his dimly lit study, occasionally brightened by lightning, Ginso kept mumbling and laughing to himself. On the antique clock with the intricate design that had been sitting on his desk, the 2 overlapping hands tilted to the right and began to slide. The measure of time that counted up to 24 had returned to 0, and had begun to count back again. Measuring time is a brutal thing. It drags itself all the way to 24 over the course of a day, and then returns back to 0. It certainly did count to 2359. However, is it ever able to reach 24? If you conclude that it returns to 0 again without reaching 24, how futile it must all be. But perhaps a person's life is the same. You live, aiming for a perfect 24, and in the instant you reach it, you return to 0. People will probably praise the departed, saying that he did reach 24, but he most certainly did not. He learns how a clock works live. In the end, he's a 0. Maybe you are, Kinso. Maybe you are a 0. I don't know about me. I am different. No. I will live and reach... I am different. I was a 0 before I reached that point. I will live and reach 24. That itself is the Golden Land. For that is where Beatrice dwells. Kinso had been fumbling around, true, with some tarot cards for some time. It looked as though he was trying to divine his own luck with a contest, doing it over every time he didn't like the result. The most forbidden action in tarot reading is trying to predict the same thing twice. To do so ridicules the result of fortune telling, and also desecrates those beings higher than humans that give revelations through the tarot cards. However, Kinso knew tarot cards shouldn't be used twice because, since they're nothing more than a random number generator, reading them twice would naturally cause a different result to appear. Therefore, reading them twice was only forbidden to preserve the mystique of the tarot cards' results. However, that didn't mean that Kinso didn't take tarot reading seriously. Kinso's interpretation of tarot reading was done in a completely different way. That was to repeat the reading, over and over, without giving up in the slightest, until he reached the result most favorable to him. The mark he set for this most favorable result would vary, but when he demanded the most favorable result in a strictly literal sense, it was the same as a simple roulette of luck, where he seeked an arithmetic miracle. However, Kinso used miracles of numbers as the basis of his magical power, so this functioned perfectly well as a magical ritual. In other words, until the result he desired appeared perfectly, he would strive to repeat the tarot readings over and over, with conviction, turning the feelings of his heart into prayers, so that when they reached the heavens, they would be sublimated into results. This was Kinso's personal magic This fucking guy really is Washizu from Akagi, if he had children. Therefore, even though Kinso's tarot cards were no different from those generally used, the way in which they were used was completely different. Tonight will not go as I thought. Kinso stopped his hands for a second. He seemed not to be getting the results he wanted. On the contrary, bad cards that shouldn't show up so often appeared repeatedly. Yeah. And continued to interfere with the miracle Kinso wished for. Is that how it is? Kinso seemed to have received some revelation that was different from normal. But judging by the unlucky cards scattered across his desk, it was difficult to imagine that the omen had been a good one. For a while, Kinso closed his eyes tightly, pondering something. Then, as the thunder roared, he made up his mind about something, took the telephone receiver, and dialed. It is I. Is Genji there? An urgent matter has come up. We are under attack, he's gonna say. In front of the entrance hall, Shannon's once burning face had been pulled off by the frigid air. He had thought that George's proposal would surely come sooner or later. It wasn't as though she hadn't prepared herself mentally, and she had answered by nodding. Had she been reckless because of her youth? Should she have thought about her future more seriously? I wonder if my immediate reply made him think I'm a cheap girl. If I'd at least waited until tomorrow morning, that'd at least have shown him I was taking this seriously. Now she'd already received the ring from George. Shannon kept fidgeting in embarrassment. I should have done this. I should have done that. As she did, she heard the sound of footsteps splashing through puddles. Shannon immediately chased away the emotions welling up inside her. Genji-sama? And Kan-kun too. I'm sorry, I have to go back soon. She grew stiff, thinking she'd surely be scolded for spending too much time in her secret lover's meeting with George. Shannon, the master told us to come to the study, saying it was urgent. Let us hurry. Huh? Yes, certainly. What in the world? He said he had a premonition of misfortune. How convenient for him, considering he's the one who started the ceremony. We will enter the back so that Goda doesn't notice us. Hide your footsteps. Yes. Next time, take care. You're so noisy. Kana was especially good at hiding his footsteps. Just like a cat. He was able to suddenly be there without anyone noticing and leaving the same way. For example, even though he stepped in puddles, the sound he made was far smaller than that of the rain hitting them. Genji also had abilities of that kind. Or rather, those servants called furniture were supposed to be like that. Just like how desks and closets go unnoticed by members of the family. These servants also held it as a great virtue to just suddenly be there whenever they were needed. Compared to that, Shannon's footsteps still strongly asserted themselves. He was also trying to hide her footsteps, but compared to Kanon and Genji, well, you could say she was a little more boisterous. Eventually, they reached the back door and the three of them entered the mansion. Immediately, they thought they felt something. It was different from a sense of smell, and it seemed to hit the depths of their noises. This hard-to-describe sensation, which you might call a sixth sense, allowed them to perceive that something was different from usual. Genji-sama. Indeed. Let us hurry. That sensation made it feel as though a tense something was pressing in around them. Realizing that, the three of them dashed up the stairs, heading for Kinso's study while still hiding their footsteps. Hang on. Something is gonna happen for sure. I don't remember what, so I better save just in case. When they dashed up the stairs, that smell of sweet poison peculiar to Kinso's study reached their noses. What is it, Genji-sama? The barrier is dead. Huh? Ah. After hearing Kanon's words, she looked at the door to the study. A scorpion pattern was engraved on the doorknob, a powerful ward against magic. The final barrier which protected Kinso himself. It had been broken. Right. Of course, there was no change to the doorknob that the eye could see. However, those who could understand things people couldn't perceive were able to recognize that a dramatic change had occurred. Master. Master! It is Genji. Please open the door. Genji called in this way after knocking several times, but there was no answer from the study. Shannon, guard our backs. Kanon, search inside the room. Yes. Kanon put his ear against the door, searching for a presence inside the study. To protect the backs of the pair watching the door, Shannon faced the other way, ready for the unexpected. The master must be in here, but it's too quiet. Do you mean to say he's safe? No, it's too quiet. Could it possibly be? Master, excuse us about the door. Genji pulled the gold key out of his pocket. Wow, that's a different expression. I don't recall ever seeing Genji do a different expression. It was the only key to the study that existed, other than the one Kinso held. He stuck it in the keyhole and turned it heavily. At first glance, that seemed to prove that it was a sturdy lock. However, now that the barrier had been destroyed, this door might as well have been left open, from the viewpoint of anyone with magical power. The heavy sound just now meant that the door had now been opened, even for humans. Excuse me. As Genji respectfully bowed his head, and Kanon's sense of tension grew tighter, and Shannon trembled, they entered the study. They immediately discovered Kinso's figure. He was sitting on the reception sofa so that his back faced them. Genji noticed a person sitting across from him and, again, bowed deeply. Kanon also noticed that person, but he didn't bow his head. He stood in front of Shannon and spread out his arms, blocking the way to her. So without even seeing that person's face, Shannon already had a good idea who it was. So you have come, Beatrice-sama. Genji, is it? You came very quickly. Yes, it is always best when furniture answers to their master's call quickly. Unlike this person. So, Ronob-sama has come as well. Genji directed his greeting towards the thin darkness behind and to the right of Beatrice, where there shouldn't have been anything. Even Kanon and Shannon would never have imagined that someone was there. However, the darkness responded immediately and praised Genji's eyesight. As usual, you don't disappoint. It has been quite some time. Still, you've grown old, haven't you? Have so many years truly passed you by? My days have been full and satisfying. It appears you have been living quite a full life yourself, Ronob-sama. Yes, thank you. And Shannon, it has been a long time since I last saw you as well. You have grown quite beautiful, and it seems that you have grown quite strong. That is fortunate. Thank you very much. Nesan, who in the world? This will be our first meeting, Kanon-kun. I, Ronob, have been entrusted with the position of Beatrice-sama's head furniture. The Blowjob Brothers. I am an old friend of Genji's. And I am also furniture just like you. Although the master I serve is different. The tense color didn't disappear from Kanon's face in the slightest. Depending on the master's furniture served, they might be kind of brutal, or anything else. If this person claimed to be the furniture serving the hated Beatrice, then he must be despicable as well. It seems I'm thoroughly despised. It's as though you hate everything that has anything to do with me. Beatrice openly sneered at Kanon's hate-filled face. Then, Kanon finally realized. Beatrice and Kinso were having a chess game across the reception table. But Kinso hadn't even quivered. He was holding his head with both hands, his eyes closed tight, as he contemplated his next move. Or was he in anguish? Master, I have told Kinso two things. There was good news and bad news. The good news is that he'll have the good fortune of being reunited with me before the ceremony ends. The bad news is that Kinso has been selected as the very first sacrifice in the ceremony. There's absolutely nothing I can do about it, because it truly was decided by the fickle roulette. Here, we know you're just a murderer who kills for fun. Stop it, Kanon-kun. So, Kinso, isn't it about time you decided to accept your loss? With this, our long contest is at an end, yes? At a glance, it was hard to make out the situation on that chaotic chessboard. However, judging by Kinso's anguish and Beatrice's malicious confidence, it seemed to be over already. It is unavoidable. Perhaps even this could be amusing. It is to me too. Resolving my contest with you may bring a flood of emotions, but it has already surpassed love and hate. It was fun. These past few decades certainly weren't boring. Beatrice advanced her queen and made her final move. And that's decided it. Checkmate. This is my final tribute to you. Without any reservations, sleep. Ginso suddenly stood up and laughed, like an opera singer facing a full crowd and spreading his arms, as though he had succeeded in a century-long plan. Oh fuck. That laugh spat crimson. Crimson flames poured out from inside him, spitting even out of his mouth, ears, and nose. And all at once, his body was wrapped in hellfire. But Ginso kept laughing. The more he laughed, the more the hellfire spewed from his entire body and began to char him. Those flames became a brilliant light, which dazzlingly shone on the various magic tools throughout the room, making the distorted shadows dance across the walls. Those shadows looked like the dead in hell, watching over Ginso in ecstasy as he burned. And for one who had made a contract with the witch, it was an extremely fitting end, in accordance with those terms. After laughing and howling in the roaring flames for some time, Ginso flopped to the ground as though he was a puppet whose strings had been cut. As though he had been a puppet who has been lit on fire, literally. Those incredible blazing flames disappeared, as though he'd been completely burned up. And afterwards, nothing remained but a festering and burned corpse that one could hardly bear to look at. The line, yes! The famous line that is in many visual novels. I was wondering who was going to point it out. If anybody knew about it. They love describing dead people like that. Or more specifically, people dying. Horrible. You should talk. As if you didn't think that was a fitting way for him to die. Why have you shown yourself? You have some business with us? The line is... as if it was a puppet with the strings cut, it fell to the ground. Or some variation of that line. Stop it, Kanon-kun. You mustn't provoke Beatrice-sama. It would seem you have them absolutely terrified. I imagine I'll never get along with Kanon. Hey, it's not as though I disliked you particularly. Beatrice grins. Kanon violently averted his gaze, obviously unhappy. His reaction was so different from what he wanted to do that it made the witch and her butler laugh. Kanon, you stand in the presence of Beatrice-sama. Carefully consider your manner of speech. Oh, I care not, Genji. Let him say what he pleases. I am gracious. How are you gracious? I am always gracious to those who are about to die. Kanon was taken aback by that creepy laughter. Beatrice wasn't here just to take Ginso's life. The first twilight requires 6 sacrifices, but there's only 3 people here. Well, not counting yourself and Ronov. Ginso alone wasn't nearly enough. You're not gonna be able to complete 6. And they just casually walked in here. Fear not, Kanon. It isn't as though you'll be selected as sacrifices just because you came here. After all, you were called here because you've been selected already. What? Their instincts were good enough to spot her meaning instantly. 6 sacrifices were required for the first twilights. After Ginso, how many more would you need to add up to 6? In this mansion, the number 5 instantly made them think of the number of servants here. Oh. Is that what you desire. Indeed. Thank me, furniture. Tonight, your days of suffering will finally end. You ought to thank me for coming here to tell you this. Certainly, if that is your desire. Genji-sama! Genji had agreed to the witch's heartless announcement with his usual demeanor, without raising an eyebrow. Now that the master is dead, Beatrice-sama is our master. Responding to her demand shall be our final duty. Shannon. Kanon. You have done well serving until today. No matter what anybody said to you, Shannon, you served hard till the very end. That hard work is now over. As I expected of you, Genji. As your fellow furniture, I am proud to have known you. Shannon, do you have any objections? No items, final destination. No furniture. No. I heard that George-sama gave you a ring. Do you still say that you have no regrets? Yes. That blessing was more than furniture deserves. Just receiving the ring has already satisfied my feelings. Shannon couldn't take quite as much of a philosophical view as Genji. There probably were regrets left in her heart. She probably wanted to spend a little more warm time with the person she cared for, George. But she released herself from that. She took a single deep breath, and the blank expression rose to her face. Very well. It does surprise me a tad to find that you've gained such composure, Shannon. It seems you too have taken a philosophical view as furniture. Won't you at least shed some bitter tears for not being able to spend a night with the man you love? What a boring woman. This feeling cannot be understood by the likes of you, Beatrice-sama. If you desire our lives, please accept them. We will solemnly carry out that duty. Very well. Excellently put. 10 out of 10. That's my girl. Pretty much it. Let's go. Just the type of person Beatrice-sama can't handle. She's been taking such a far-sighted view of things lately. I must have tormented her too much last time. Speaking of which, didn't I do the same to Battler? Am I still soft? Or is the way I cornered them lacking? In any case, she's just no fun. However, it seems you still entertain me, right? Kanon? Kanon-kun. Compared to the two who had taken a far-sighted approach, there was a painful anguish on Kanon's face. Kanon was still far too young to accept his demise after being told of it by a sudden appearing witch. Kanon, I hate boredom more than anything, and the fact that the other two have obediently accepted their deaths isn't amusing at all. So, I hope you don't betray my expectations. Are you trying to make me your plaything? Kanon realized that he was being provoked. However, no matter how furiously anger spurred him on, his opponent was a witch. He was furniture. He hadn't had a chance of victory from the beginning. But the witch was expecting that he'd struggle in vain and writhe around, and was even looking forward to it. Just thinking about what was frustrating enough to get his blood boiling. Was disappointing the witch by refusing to resist like the other two, the only way he could strike back at her. Eldest of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, Lucifer, arise! Lucifer of Pride, right here. Kanon, it would be far too cruel to force furniture to fight a witch. No matter how much anger spurs you on, you would have no hope in a battle without a chance of success. Of course, such a battle would be boring for me as well. So let it be furniture against furniture. Why not resolve it with a battle between you two? That should be enough to allow you some hope for victory, right? Forgive me, Beatrice-sama, but how could I be inferior to this good-for-nothing furniture? As if this cutie would have any chance against me. Prove that you can defeat my furniture, the 7 stakes of purgatory. If you manage to win through, let us see. I will let you select the 5 who will escape becoming one of the 13 sacrifices. I will welcome the 5 you recommend into the Golden Land without any conditions. No, he's just watching and he's just listening right now. How about that? Ganon understood that he was being provoked. However, the witch's offer was very tempting. By this point, Ganon couldn't care less about this evil ceremony the witch and the rest were trying to carry out. On the contrary, it was much more important that he remain alive so that he could be invited to the Golden Lands and have his wish granted by Beatrice there. You cried, saying you've had enough of being furniture, right? I shall grant your desire. I shall give you that human body you wanted so much. You cried yourself to sleep. What do you say? Listening to woman. That way, you and Jessica could be together. Yes, you can really tell that he was away from the family for 6 years. He's listening to woman. That way, you and Jessica could be together. Yes. Oh, just perfect. You may recommend that Jessica and yourself be invited to the Golden Lands. If you alone finding happiness is an satisfying solution for you, then you can add in Shannon and George, the one she loves. If you're worried about duty, then you can also add Genji. Oh, that's 5 people. Isn't that enough, Canon? With this much of a reward. You won't let me get bored, will you? She's just playing with you. There is no need to listen to her. I don't like it. Are you okay with this, Nessan? Beatrice couldn't hide her evil smile at those words. I don't like it. I want to be happy. I've had enough of being furniture. I want to become human and have normal love. I want to know that the ocean is blue, like you. How young. I'm jealous. That's why I like the young ones. Genji, Shannon, stay back. Ganon, Lucifer, forward. As you command. I don't like it. That way you look down on me, as if Beatrice-sama would be impossible. But with me at least you'd have a chance. I really don't like it. That was probably humiliating for Lucifer. But at the same time, she was also happy that she was lucky enough to have this adorable prey all to herself. Come, furniture of the witch. Don't think that you can look down on me forever. It's really no wonder that Ganon is in that fighting game, right? He's been getting a fight scene pretty much every single episode. So, Battler, isn't this a fun show? Damn it. Another weird thing's happening. Like I'd ever believe in a magic battle. Look, look, don't turn your eyes away, look at it. Look, look, look. It's magic, it's furniture. No matter how much you try to deny me and magic, look, 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 look. If you got all this happening right in front of you, it'd be a waste to miss it, don't you think? Look, look, just stop thinking. Magic exists. This is fantasy. Don't close your eyes, look closely. Look, look, look. Damn it, damn it. I won't accept witches, I won't accept magic. But if it's being done right in the open like that. What am I supposed to say? Damn. Damn it. Come on, don't turn away. Look closely, okay? Magic exists. This is fantasy, so stop playing detective. I know your secret. You actually don't really like to think things through, right? And just stop. Stop. Look, it's gotta be fantasy. Gotta be fantasy. Shut up, shut up, shut up! Don't talk to me! Just stop thinking, yeah. This guy's getting stubborn. Won't you apologize and crawl on the ground right now for being so conceited that you thought you could beat me? If you did, I wouldn't mind forgiving you, okay? And you wouldn't have to hear your skin ripped off while you're still alive. Or get lashed all over your body as you squirm until you die. You're a cutie, so apologize. If you do, I'll finish you off so gently while it still feels great. Be silent, furniture of the witch. I have no intention of speaking with you. So you're saying you think nothing of me? That disrespectful gaze of yours. It's really ticking me off! Ganon kon. Isn't he stronger than he was against Satan? This is why humans are so frightening. In fact, sometimes they even become witches and treat demons as butlers. So, which should I cheer on? Are you saying this guy's on par with me? Don't look down on me. As long as you have that pride, you'll never defeat me. You speak of Lucifer, the eldest of the seven sisters of purgatory, and say that I cannot win? How conceited! He's been laughing, okay? He's been laughing hard since last time. What? Ganon was desperately trying to stay alive, and he had a strong desire to become human. But Lucifer didn't feel anything stronger than a slight desire to play. So that led to an inevitable result. It was a result that could be reached by the power of humans. The power of the hearts. That's as far as you go. You cannot win against me. The glowing red curve extended straight out from Ganon's arm. You say that shit for nationals. Pointing at Lucifer's throat just beneath the tip of her chin. What is this? How could I... There must be some mistake. As she ground her teeth in irritation, she tried to deny the truth right before her eyes. But no matter how much she believed in her own superiority, it didn't change the facts right in front of her. Oh, well done, Ganon. Wonderful, you haven't bored me. How pitiful my furniture is compared to that. Lucifer, you are boring, milady. Was this opponent really too much for you to handle? I'm disappointed, eldest of the seven stay. I would have seemed like a mere rebuke to an outsider. However, furniture serving the witch knew what kind of severe treatment was promised by that rebuke. Understood what had been left unsaid. Ha! You good-for-nothing furniture! She howled, abandoning her last bit of pride. She made her body explode, exposing her true form. That form was a demon stick which bounced off the walls surrounding the room. How could you shame me so much? Kill! You blockhead! Even though you can't even follow my movements anymore. I won't play around anymore. I'm seriously mad. I'll pierce your heart in one blow. I'll plow right through you, make a fountain of bright red blood reach the ceiling. Die! Ganon-kun! After flying about wildly for some time, with a speed approaching the limits of what a human eye could follow, Lucifer flew at Canon's heart. She could tell that it was Canon's blood by the sweet taste of it. But she quickly noticed one thing. She hadn't pierced his heart. Oh! This is why humans are frightening. Would you like some black tea? I'm fine for now. This is so amusing I don't even need any. Canon-kun. You were arrogant again. I told you that you wouldn't be able to defeat me. The floor was stained with dripping blood. It really was Canon's blood. But it wasn't flowing out of his chest. Canon had sacrificed his own left hand to protect his heart. Lucifer was arrogant. Even though she'd been given enough time to realize that this was an opponent capable of cornering her, in her pride, she had believed him to be worthless. She had gotten careless. So, just as she had announced, she had aimed for his chest, trying to pierce his heart. Because she was arrogant, she hadn't even thought of aiming for somewhere other than the place she had announced. No, maybe she had thought about it a little. I mean, she is the stake of pride. Yep. However, her pride would not allow her to aim for different spots. After all, she was Lucifer of Pride, that's right. By definition, she has to be arrogant. Canon, withstanding the pain, grasped the demon's stake, sticking deep into his left hand strongly with his right hand, and pulled it out. When she heard the sound of breaking bones and even more drops dripping down, Shannon looked away reflexively. There was an air hole in the back of the pierced hand so big, you could clearly see through the other side. Canon's face was filled with pain, but right now, he had won, without a doubt. The demon's stake he was gripping with his right hand turned back into Lucifer again. Lucifer pride. I get it. So that Canon was now gripping exactly where her neck was. It is my victory, Beatrice. Canon didn't hold back at all with the hand gripping Lucifer's throat. She had challenged him again after their fight and had already been decided. Canon had no obligation to be considerate. But even so, Canon released the witch's furniture. Was it his naive humanism, his pity for another furniture, or a final bit of respect to the witch? In any case, when she was released, Lucifer fell face down on the ground, retching and moaning over the pain in her throat. Spectacular, Canon. Your great efforts have proven the correctness of some of Ginso's research. Renaud was clapping his hands. To Canon, who had won at great cost and had a wound on his left hand that wouldn't close, Renaud's applause only felt like mockery. All possibilities dwell within the human heart, was it? My, this is why humans are frightening. Well done, Canon. You are victorious. Spectacular. Are you okay? Canon-kun. Shannon ran up to him and wrapped the handkerchief around his left hand, which was still spraying blood. That was incredible, Canon. Truly incredible. Even I was hoping at least a little for an upset. That you didn't let me down makes you truly splendid furniture. I think better of you now. I honestly think better of you. You haven't forgotten our promise, right, Beatrice? Indeed. Of course I haven't forgotten. Witches and demons may be inhumane. However, we are much more noble than humans when it comes to keeping promises. I will not go back on my word. I guarantee that if you won, I would give you the right to decide the 5 people who will escape becoming the 13 sacrifices. Beatrice-sama, it's not like I've lost... When Beatrice waved her pipe, heaven and earth turned over just for Lucifer. Though, as a horribly natural result, she fell onto the ceiling. The ceiling doesn't seem that high to people standing on the floor. However, people who fall on it upside down and head first usually don't agree. Milady, isn't that a little much? Perhaps you're right. I suppose I'll forgive her. Beatrice waved her pipe again. When she did, the magic that had been affecting Lucifer was released. So, as a horribly natural result, this time she fell properly, back onto the floor. Beatrice-sama, forgive me. What are you so afraid of? I've already forgiven you, haven't I? So, Canon, shall we continue? Continue what? You aren't saying you want me to finish her, are you? Ah, no. It isn't over yet, right? What isn't? Stop dodging the question. I did promise to you your reward, didn't I? If you could defeat my furniture, the 7 stakes of purgatory, right? Come, arise, the 7 stakes of purgatory. The 6 younger sisters of the worthless elder sister. The air split with shrill laughter. And as the golden splash scattered about, the remaining 6 sisters of Purgatory showed themselves. All the 7 sisters of Purgatory were here, after Canon was able to defeat only one by sacrificing his left arm. By now, Canon regretted his thoughtfulness in accepting the witch's challenge. It's okay, Canon, you leveled up. The next one is gonna be easier. He had been foolish to assume that a game against the witch would be on an even footing. Lame. One-sama, why are you crawling on the floor? You people. Ugh. I told you One-sama's useless. Even though she acts like she's so great just because she's the oldest, that's only on the outside. Yeah, seriously. Lucifer One-sama, your disgraceful behavior will damage the reputation of us all. Know your shame, you novice. Canon-kun, I was totally awesome. Don't get cocky, okay? Lucifer One-sama brags all the time, but she's no big deal compared to the rest of us sisters. That's why I'm always saying Lucifer Ness shouldn't do anything. Just let her keep bragging all the time. After all, those of us with talent can handle all the top jobs. What are you gonna do, One-sama? Out of respect for your pride, weren't you planning to stay out of her way in the hope that you'd challenge him again in the beat-up bloody of yours? But Canon-kun sure is strong, right? Right now, no matter how much you struggle, there's no way you could win, right? You people... My, you sisters are always so lively. Is this any time to fight amongst yourselves? It's only together that you're the 7 stakes of Purgatory, correct? Now, play nice and execute the task I give you. And swiftly, okay? Hey, Lucifer One-sama, if you want to borrow the power of your little sisters, then say it, okay? We want to hear you ask us for help with your own mouth. Do you plan to mock me even more? I, the foolish, weak, ugly, and shameful Lucifer, the eldest sister, beg my younger sisters to save me. Come on, let's hear it. If you let us hear that, we'll save you. Okay? Everyone. You... bitch. The 7 sisters of Purgatory unanimously closed in on their worthless sister, abusing her. Even Canon, who had been fighting for his life until a second ago, couldn't bear to look at it. As if I could say something like that. Quickly now. Clearly we won't make any progress here with you alone. Hurry up, let the 7 sisters strike, Canon. My, what is the matter, Lucifer? It is an order from a lady, is it not? How cruel. Even Canon is like, damn, this is fucked up, man. They should just leave her alone and kill me themselves. They can do it by themselves. They don't need Lucifer. Just kill me. It's fine. Don't be nice to her. After grinding her teeth over and over after hearing her sister's curses, Lucifer trembled all over and answered her sister's request. The foolish, weak, ugly, what? And shameful Lucifer, the elder sister, beg. What? The girl known as Pride was finally unable to endure the words she was saying, and broke down crying. However, the 6 younger sisters kept giggling cold-heartedly. Wait a sec. Don't try to take us by crying. You haven't finished saying it. That should be enough. Come, sisters, let us display our power. I won't be satisfied till I hear the whole thing, okay? Come on, Onisama, keep going. That's enough. Come on, this shame affects us all. We won't let them leave here alive. This is like the only other sister whose name I remember properly. This is Satan, and I remember because she's the one who's always pissed off. She is Satan of Wrath. Hello, Jam. Okay, how should we play with this pitiful furniture? Any wonderful plans? Yes! Beelzebub thinks the 7 of us should get along and split Canon up between us. Oh, this is Beelzebub, okay. Good idea. That way all of the sisters can get along. Then I'll take the head. I'll eat the links and guts to you all. No! I get the head, and that's MB. Which one is MB? Do you guys remember which demon is the demon of MB? It's not Belphegor. Belphegor is Sloth. And Beelzebub is Gluttony. I don't remember. Leviathan, there you go, thank you. There's no way that planet will mean anything, right? First one there wins. Kanan-kun, if you got any ideas for how we should kill you, just tell us, okay? 7 sisters will kill you in an awesome way. Damn. Ugh. You've shamed me so deeply. Slicing you into 8 pieces won't be enough. I'll slice you into 100 pieces. Here we go, everyone. Yes, Onesama. The 7 of them burst at once. They had no intention of playing or boasting. This time they would genuinely follow their master's order. Yeah, I think those 3 are the easiest to identify immediately of the sisters. Lucifer, because he usually gets the most spotlights, as you've seen. Then Satan, because he's the one who's always pissed off, and Leviathan, because he's the one who's a crybaby. They had no intention of playing or boasting. This time they would genuinely follow their master's order. Take Canon down, swiftly. The 7 sisters jumped around the room faster than the eye could see, examining how they could best kill Canon. They tortured Canon with their cruel giggles, sometimes making a close pass at him. They kept scraping his arms, shoulders, and cheeks, gradually carving red letters into his body. At that moment, Shannon dashed up behind him, holding on to him so that she blocked the way to his body at least a little. At the same time, a red cylinder wrapped around the two of them like a beam of light sent from heaven. That cylinder repelled the evil ones who tormented Canon. What? You're mean! This has nothing to do with you. Ah, I see. You must want to play with us. Then I'll take it. All mine. Beatrice-sama, can we take Shannon as our prey? I don't mind. Do as you like. It seems Canon alone won't be enough to satisfy your gluttony. You have our deepest gratitude. Come on, I'll make you regret coming out uninvited. I'll turn you into scraps of meat so unrecognizable you won't be able to tell which is which. Mix you and mince you into hamburgers. Idiots! Breaking that barrier should come first, right? Don't let your gluttony get in the way of your job. Yes, One-sama. As a horribly natural first action, the seven sisters began to destroy the barrier Shannon had created. Shannon's barrier certainly was strong. It was powerful enough to impress even Beatrice. With its strength, frail furniture would turn to dust just by touching it. And it was firm, like a tree with deep roots. But no matter how big a tree gets, it will eventually surrender to a saw or an axe. For the seven sisters, chopping down Shannon's barrier would be annoying, but not impossible. Sound like beetles jumping about grew even fiercer and filled the room. The red barrier began to be cut up and eroded away as though with an axe, a saw. No, a chainsaw by now. Watch out, those are dangerous. That is a very dangerous tool. How foolish. Even though you must know that your barrier can fully protect you from these girls. Why? Because I couldn't overlook it. As Shannon covered Canon, who was already at his limit, sprawled on the floor, she spoke back resolutely. If you hadn't barged in uninvited, I would have given you a death-like sleep. Why have you gone to all the trouble of exposing yourself before the seven sisters? Not all deaths are the same. A cruel death will cause you far more anguish than merely dying. Go ahead, do as you like. Just as you always do. What you want. I did what I wanted. At any rate, you're not quite amusing at the present moment. Romance is all most interesting when you're wondering whether it will succeed or not. Once it does succeed, a woman is like salmon who has finished laying its eggs. I have already tired of you. Thank you. No witch from a witch would make me happier. Then, at least in the end, let me see you die in a truly entertaining manner. Yeah, every single time it's like, oh, I'm gonna mock her. Perfect rebuttal. Fuck. The awesome parries. Seven sisters, can you hear me? Heal Shannon in a way that shows me the limits of brutality. Shannon. My apologies. In the end, I wasn't able to reach your level, Genji-sama. I care too much about my little boy. You're an idiot, Nessan. If you just let me be, then you might not have made a horrible end. No, it's fine. I received a ring from George-sama and lived as a woman. I have protected you and lived as a sister. With this, my life is complete, with no regrets. Ah, you're pissing me off! That philosophical take really is irritating. Like I said, you're furniture. You don't even smell like a human. Look at me, I am a human. Don't spout out philosophical crap like you're more complete than I am, you furniture. How ugly. Are those regrets what you truly are? They aren't the regrets, this is called living! What's this about not minding if you die just because you were given a ring? I can't understand it, it's incomprehensible, disappointing, outrageous, stunning, and it's all useless! Milady, perhaps you're acting a tad undignified. Shut up, furniture! Shannon, do you think I'll let you die so easily? Now's the time to bite your tongue. How pitiful. If you can see yourself reflected in my eyes, then shudder at your own ugliness. Fear not. Once I've crushed you up, you'll be much more ugly even while you still live. At that time, Genji softly entered the red barrier. Perhaps that barrier didn't block those without ill intent. Then, Genji gently held her from behind and covered his eyes with his right hands. She's fucking killing her. Genji-sama, you've already done enough. Go to sleep before me. Yes. Thank you very much, Genji-sama. Indeed. After that, Genji softly pressed his left hand near her collarbone. As he did, emanating from that area, a crimson stain gently spread out. When Genji removed his hand, bright red, fresh blood oozed out of there. It only happened for the first instant, and it was shaped like a crimson rose. And when he removed his right hand covering her face, there was a peaceful expression there, as though she was sleeping. Then she fell softly, silently, and slept. As a sort of puppet that you put to bed and kiss to sleep. Tuck them in. Her soul had already been sent to a world where the malicious witch and her furniture could not reach her. No matter how evilly they tortured her. This scene left Beatrice and the Seven Sisters stunned. Only Ronov wore a mysterious smile. Then Genji leaned over Kanon, who was crouching on the floor. You did well. You should sleep now too. Yes. Thank you very much, Genji-sama. Just as he had done with Shannon, he softly covered Kanon's eyes with his hands, then gently pressed the area around Kanon's collarbone with his other hands. And when his hand was removed with the lightness of a feather, there was a crimson rose there. That rose shape quickly turned into the stain of bright red blood pouring out. What is that? What a boring person. Even though it's so fun to poke the balloon of life with a needle so that it forcefully explodes. Spectacular, Genji. You truly are furniture. Thank you very much. Well then, Beatrice-sama, Runob-sama, with this as my final task, allow me to rest. Damn you, snatching away my fun. Why don't I take all the thrashing and mashing I wanted to do to them? and give it to you instead. Beatrice faced him with an unsatisfied expression. But Renault spoke quietly to Genji with a soothing smile. You have worked hard. You are my greatest servant. As a final gift, I shall bestow upon you a peaceful sleep fitting for all the labors you have performed. What? Wait, it's not your place to... When Renov snapped his fingers, Genji slumped to the floor like a puppet with his strings cut. There we go, we got two in the same story. Two in the same episode. Suddenly, and yet gently, he crumpled, falling into a sleep that no witch could call him back from. It was as filled with kindness as the sleep he had given Shannon and Canon. Yay! Everybody got a peaceful death. Except Quinto, but fuck that guy. What was that, Ronald? What a boring anticlimax. Are you not a mighty great witch, milady? What happened here is hardly worthy of your concern. It isn't like you to let the provocation of someone like Shannon get to you. What was it that had Beatrice so irritated? Was she still unable to remove the thorn of Shannon's words? Ronald laughed lightly, as though lamenting the complexity of humanity, and a woman's heart, and ordered the seven sisters to go. After all, there were still 2 sacrifices left for the first twilight. The 7 sisters disappeared in ecstasy. You thought it was gonna be morning, but no, not yet. We still need 2 more deaths. Go, that was doing the nighttime rounds. Rokkenjima had always been empty, except for the Yoshinomiya family household. So checking that the doors and windows were all closed had no real purpose. However, ever since the time Natsui had condemned such an attitude as being careless, the nighttime rounds had become part of the servant's daily routine. Peddler dies this time, I believe. No! He's awesome. He can't die. He's too awesome to die. In the first place, Natsui had ordered this because of the occasional witch disturbances. Everyone who came and left this island knew about the legend of Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. It had become established as this island's characteristic ghost story. Because of that, it was only natural that some people would claim that, when they thought they were alone in the mansion, they would hear a strange sound or see the shadow of a person. However, when that created a little too much of a disturbance and reached Natsui's ears, she made a fuss, thinking that some suspicious person might have been entering and leaving. Apparently, she had roused all the servants and had them checked throughout the mansion. Because of all that panic over the witch had happened before Godo's arrival, he had only heard about it from the more senior servants. Ghost stories like that could be found in any workplace. Even at hotels and restaurants Goda had worked at, there had been plenty of them. So when he heard about that story on this island, he'd given it a forced smile, thinking, so they have that kind of thing here after all. That forced smile aside, he had figured that, when in Rome, do as Romans do, and had taken it seriously. Goda went along with it on the outside, but in his heart he'd assumed it to be a childish trick. At first, that is. This certainly is eerie. Yes, I can see why it was so easy for past servants to get into a panic. He could understand how someone doing the rounds on an eerie night like this might believe they'd seen a ghost if they saw a lace curtain waving in the breeze from a window that hasn't been closed. A sort of lost lace. So, if you make fun of the witch of the portrait, there is a curse. It seems there was even a servant who received a serious injury and quit. Well, I wouldn't want that. Think of my age. I probably wouldn't be granted a workplace this hospitable again. Witch of the portraits. I'm working sincerely, so please give me some peace. Goda prayed to the portrait, his hands together, as though he was at a Shinto shrine. At that time, he thought he heard a sound. The kitchen? Was that the sound of something metal falling on the floor? Maybe a mouse? Or a cockroach had come out and knocked over some of the dishes. A fucking cockroach? The fucking largest cockroach you've ever seen in your life that was able to knock out a dish? I would never want to encounter a cockroach like that. I would I would almost prefer somebody entering the house, but not quite. No, how could that be? It was usually cleaned thoroughly. Thinking he'd check out what that noise really had been. A scorpion. Scorpions can be pretty big, I guess. Gonna enter the kitchen. He turned on the kitchen lights. When he did, he heard a strange sound. Clang, clang, clang. To a cook like Gora, the sound felt like the lid of a pressure cooker or something shaking. Surely there wouldn't be a pot on the burner when no one was in the kitchen. Even if someone was using the gas, walking away from it would be quite dangerous. Just in case, Gora decided to inspect the area around the gas range. What is this? When he did, in the corner with the gas range, the pressure cooker really had been set out. Just as he thought. But the flame wasn't on. And yet, the lid was clanking. Was something fermenting and leaking gas? How could that be? Then, was there a mouse or something inside? He's lost faith in the cockroach theory. How could there be? Ridiculous. When people were watching, Goda acted as though he had a bold personality fitting for his builds. But he actually had an unexpectedly timid side to him. He was frightened that there might be something inside, and he couldn't bring himself to check it carelessly. In his cowardice, he grabbed a nearby wooden pestle. I don't know what a pestle is. And with a clunk, he tapped it a little forcefully against the side of a pressure cooker. When he did, the clanking sound suddenly stopped. He should have been relieved that it had stopped. Of mortar fame? No, I don't know anything about that. But the fact that it had stopped when he hit it was even more eerie, and made him even more suspicious about what was inside. Oh. Mysterious phenomena do not exist in this world. Yes, witches and magic, things like that couldn't possibly exist. All phenomena can be explained with science. As if monsters and witches could exist. He repeated that many times, trying to build up his own confidence. The gap between what he was saying and what he was doing was quite comical. Who would believe in a witch? Who would believe in magic or curses? Come on, show me what you really are. Take that! The stone thing you grind things in. Oh, I see. He removed the lid of the pressure cooker. And lying exposed there was the sparkling clean silver bottom of the pot. There was absolutely nothing frightening like he'd imagined. It's only natural. There's no way there could have been anything inside. By now, Goda realized that he had been a coward. So while he still had some doubts as to what had caused the lid to make that sound, he figured it wasn't a big problem and decided not to worry about it too much. And he took the lid he'd grabbed and softly set it back down where it had been. It's fine. It won't make a sound. Of course it won't. As if witches or magic could exist. Clank, 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 clank. Huh? Well, it's certainly making noises. Eh! Of all the pots and dishes in the kitchen started clanking at once. All of them. It grew even stronger so that finally the lid to one of the pots fell off. And from inside that pot, a slender white arm reached out. Lids fell off the other pots one after another. And another. And another. Ugh. As if witches could exist. As if I'd believe it. When the number of arms grew to 7. A loud, shrill laughter split the air. What a letdown. Too bad that someone who can make such a delicious food is such a lightweight. If you don't want him, I'll take him. He's all mine. Wait, I said no. I'll take him. Huh? What? Are we gonna get the epic Goda duel between Goda and the 7 stakes? And then Beatrice is gonna come in and say something mean to him and he's gonna own her. Come on. Let's search. There's only one more. That old hag. Where is she? She isn't in the mansion. What about the guest house? First one wins. First one wins, right? Come on, search, search. Find her. Find her. Don't be noticed by the relatives in the dining hall, right? Any second now. And don't get noticed by the kids in the guest house, right? Search in silence, kill in silence. After all, it's still just the first twilight. She isn't in the guest house. She wasn't in the mansion either, right? Hey, hey, I found her. I found her. She's in the rose garden. She's standing around there without an umbrella. She's already given up. Oh mine, oh mine, oh mine! You blockheads can just sit there and watch. I told you, no, this one's mine! Come on, if we take any longer, we'll be squared by Beatrice-sama. Let's take care of it all at once. There. Found her. Surround her. Come on, let's get along and do it all at once, okay? Die! What? Oh, shit. Huh? What? What is this? What naughty girls. You wouldn't happen to be friends of that child, would you? Just what is this old hag? There's got to be some mistake. One more time. Why can't she defend against us? Move aside. One more time. No matter how often you try it won't work. This person is good. I am waiting for that child. Would you mind calling for her? Do you really expect us to run errands for you like that? There's no need. Beatrice-sama! After all, even I have manifested by now. I was certain you had awakened. Don't know. It's been a long time. Yes, truly, a long time. This person is talking to Ronob-sama without using Sama! And it's been a long time since I've seen you too, Beatrice. She's not even using Sama for Beatrice-sama. Enough. Don't you know who this is? The name Beatrice itself is hers. I only inherited from her. This is my teacher, the previous Lady Beatrice. The previous Lady Beatrice? Gold butterflies appeared in ones and twos from the garden and roses and began to gather around Kumasawa. Then, after she was wrapped in the golden sparkle, she burst and disappeared, and Kumasawa's form was no longer there. Oh ho ho, remember this character from the beginning? Instead, there was another golden witch, the one who once taught the path of an endless witch to Beatrice. And the only person Beatrice ever called teacher. Hello, Firefront. Her hair was long, beautiful, and vividly youthful. And her figure in that elegant dress couldn't possibly have been mistaken for an old lady. No, this looked like a completely different person from Kumasawa. Well, well, teacher. I never even dreamed that we would meet each other again. Oh yeah, she has a really cool hat. Yes, neither did I. I certainly never dreamed that my sleep would be disturbed. Such a troublesome time for you to awaken. If you remained asleep as usual, the first twilight could have ended without much trouble. Or perhaps I should be glad you're here. I was just getting a tad bored. As usual, it seems you're toying with sinless people in a bolder game. I believe I taught you several times that the power of the Endless Witch mustn't be used to cause people trouble. Don't say that, teacher. Isn't boredom our natural enemy? This is just a little spice to escape from that. The more the corrosion advances, the stronger my power becomes, and the easier it becomes to summon my minion. But who would have thought it would release the seal on you, teacher, at the same time? It's precisely because I predicted such a thing would happen that I slept so very close to where you were. Though I prayed in my sleep that I would not be woken again. Being reunited with you like this is a very sad thing for me. You're as cunning as always, teacher. Ronald, have that young furniture step back. Furniture only serves its master. The master is responsible for all of her crimes. Certainly. Madame Beatrice. I have already passed that name on to this child. Come now, step back, furniture girls. I may give warnings a second time, if you did not listen to the first. However, do not expect to receive a third. Step back, Seven Sisters of Purgatory. If you get dragged into this, only dust will remain. Back, everyone. Ornova and the Seven Sisters of Purgatory retreated. After that, what remained was the Beatrice, whose daring expression didn't falter, and the teacher, Beatrice, who had given up that name and wore a composed smile. Well then, teacher, what tea shall I prepare for our long-awaited reunion? Masawa has an install. Let's see. This reunion was longer in common than the visit of a comet. Perhaps I will accept your hospitality. And if it seems a mistake has been made, I'll have you return my name and then the title of Endless Witch. So, even the title of Endless Witch has a license renewal policy? As you wish, teacher. See how splendid your disciple has become, and see how far she surpassed you so long ago. The air between the two Beatrices seemed to explode with sparks. Just by glaring at each other, they purged all spirits from that space. As they watched, the seven sisters shivered. After all, if they had retreated just 3 steps less than they had, they would already have been turned to dust by now. So come, Beatrice. Surrendering my name to you is the only regret I have in life. I will now correct that error by my own hands. You've got it wrong, teacher. My only error was becoming your disciple in the hopes of gaining such a puny level of power. Get it? What are you calling magic? What are you calling the Endless Witch? All you got is a power that can be gained just by noticing, right? And you act as though that's so great and impressive. Your turn's long over, teacher. I tried. I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. What in the world is happening right in front of my eyes? Oh yeah, he's like, what the fuck? You poor thing. Seems my disciple is causing you trouble. I apologize. Who the heck are you? Why did old Kumasawa turn into a Nechan like this? I mean, seriously, who are you? I don't get it. What kind of special effects are these? My head feels like it's gonna explode. I am the witch teacher of that child. My old name was Beatrice. When that child succeeded me, I gave up that name, so I have no name of my own. Like you've already said, your disciple's been a real pain to me. Please, take responsibility and do something. No, wait. I don't believe in stuff like that, as if witches and magic could exist. I won't accept this messed up battle. Damn it. How could I believe? That's just like you. Hospitality with every quick temper. I'd expect nothing less from you, teacher. It seems this is so trivial to you, you don't even feel like opening your eyes. But I doubt you'll be able to win unless you're prepared to wreck this whole island, see? Come. Arise, shoulder war towers. Rikishi's spies are better. Hello. Halligan, you're right. They are better. In response to Beatrice's summons, a terrific earth tremor split the Rose Garden. And on either side of her shoulders, 2 massive war towers sprouted and stabbed into the heavens. They stretched up to 100 mirute tall, and each had over 360 ports. They were war towers of the God's Armed Corps, which had prevented even the groups of ancient heroes from invading their sacred grounds. As Beatrice elegantly floated in the gap between the massive 2-headed towers, she looked down on her teacher, sneering with a sense of absolute superiority. With the 2 massive towers lined up behind her shoulders, the witch looked very small. Like a butterfly dancing between huge trees. Don't think you can dodge it by turning into butterflies, okay? The density of the Twin Towers barrage would just make you a pinned bug sample. It'd make you a madly sad concussion, right? Over 720 ports open on the towers, and godly soldiers ready their multi-shot ballistas. Is that the end of your turn? Famous last words. Blast away! The ballista shots that number over 1,000 were all fired at once. There ain't a beautiful geometric hurt in this death. It's a Nausicaa reference. Yeah, they're just going crazy here. The boorish sound as the bowstrings were played was probably even deeper than that of a reaper swinging its sickle. Come, arise, fallen tower. Split the single language and let that sin be known. The sky was stained in incandescent red, and from between the clouds a blazing massive tower fell upside down. That massive fallen tower and its rubble sucked in the thousands of ballista shots, so that not one of them approached the body of the witch who had summoned it. That's right. No group of people, no matter how large, could approach the mysterious heavens. That was the reality of the fallen tower. As I'd expect from you, teacher. If you do something, you always do it big. My turn isn't over. Come, arise, sons of Vivaldi. Bestow upon me a worthy spear. As the massive crimson tower that had fallen made a terrible gold-colored explosion, a massive spear appeared from inside those flames. So tall, like a tower, that you had to look up to see all of it. It was too large even for a giant's hand. That divinely beautiful spear of the gods was so massive, it gave the illusion that the fallen tower had turned into a spear of the same size. It was a spear of certain victory that none could escape. Looks like your twin towers won't help you now. They are really just plain empty, yeah. How foolish to block off your means of escape on both sides. You can't escape even against a single spear. She snapped her fingers in concurrence. The massive tower-sized spear shot at Beatrice like a lightning bolt. Where's my mouse? I lost my mouse. Oh, there it is. It aimed right for the middle of the center of the Golden Witch's heart with extreme precision. As she danced in the gap between the towers like a butterfly. Slicing straight through the air like a flash of lightning. So you use Gong near a moment like this? You really are incredible, teacher. First, useless towers, arise, giant soldier battle line. Fully block that divine spear with your shields and chests. The shoulder war towers exploded in gold. They became several billion golden butterflies. Those butterflies took the shape of 7 massive armored soldiers. Each stretched a full 50 merute into the sky, and they lined up in front of Beatrice, protecting their master and holding massive shields that towered like windmills. Oh, this does look cool. They were as massive as a mountain range. The witch behind them was like a small moon hiding behind the mountains. Once in the past, when the massive shields these giants held had been raided by the whole regiment. They had protected King Wilhelm's castle not only from arrows, but from the wind and the rain. For when they had faced upwards and held their shields to the heavens, not a single raindrop had gotten through. Foolish. The shame of a witch who has forgotten to respect things sacred. Do you think mere giants could defend against the spear of the gods? Indeed. No matter how much human metal you're armed with, you cannot block a spear of the god. A wonderful epole mate by Madame. No way! Beatrice-sama? Of course, I haven't forgotten, teacher. Come, arise, disciples of Hephaestus. Bestow upon me a worthy shield. A golden whirlwind arose at the feet of the giant soldiers. It was a cloud of countless butterflies. They attached themselves to the massive shields like gold leaves, sparkling like they were a gold mirror. It was the absolute defensive wall given to a goddess by the chief of the gods. The Aegis shield. I know that shield, when the holy spear, which left a dignified tail behind, drifted like a comet, crashed into the mountain range of the gold shield. There was a terrible, terrible, thunderous roar. It was the creaking of the pillars that held up the heavens. The divine spear spun around and around, and was sent flying in the direction of the setting sun. Impossible! She defended against the divine spear! No, that is not correct. The divine spear avoided her. It is the law of the gods that an absolute spear and an absolute shield must never fight one another. Although, in the end, it means the same thing as defended against it. Your skills have improved from engaging in these fights so often. Or rather, it seems like you're still as bad as ever at this kind of game, teacher. It's my turn to strike back. I shall follow the code and counter a spear with a spear. The giant soldier battle line, which had fully blocked the divine spear, released its holy gold shields. The shields fell to the earth, making the ground shake. When they did, another gold whirlwind arose. The 7 gold shields changed their form into 7 massive spears of lightning flying on the ground. At once, each of the giants lifted one of their legs high, and firmly stomped on the tips of the handles. Fucking epic with yeah! As the earth shook with a thunderous sound, the 7 lightning spears spun beautifully and flew up at the giant soldiers' heads. I feel like I'm playing Elden Ring. They scattered into a golden splash and began to fall before the giants. Each of the giants squared off, and with the force of their whole body, they kicked and smashed them. The broken pieces numbered exactly 30, and became lightning spears exactly the same size as the originals. Which made 210 for the 7 giants, and all of those burst at once, with each splitting into 30 thorns, for a total of 6,300. They became a barrage of thunderclouds, drawing a beautiful geometric pattern. And then each changed into 3 bolts of lightning, so that 18,900 thunderbolts shot at the predecessor, Beatrice. Oh, that is a lot of thunderbolts. It's over! Beatrice-sama! I would expect nothing less. From Madame. That bundle of almost 20,000 thunderbolts must have reduced the teacher's body to dust. But there had been no resistance. Beatrice knew immediately that she had been fooled. At that time, from the direction that the sun had supposedly set, he felt the impossible rays of sunlight. A brilliant ray of light shone on her profile. It was the figure of her teacher, holding aloft the spear of God that had supposedly been repelled a short while ago. She bore a sparkle like the sun on her back, and made it shine on the incarnation of darkness. As Beatrice watched, she was trapped like a mouse in a cage, cornered in a dead and formed by the giant soldier battle line. By now, the predecessor Beatrice had ceased, a position directly alongside that line. Playtime is over, Beatrice. Have I exposed my flang? Her bold expression hadn't faltered even once, but now it twisted for the first time. And faster than Beatrice could flick her tongue, the predecessor Beatrice released the holy spear. As it leapt through the air, it changed its form once more. Come, aside, Vergar brothers. Bestow upon me the giant-smashing iron hammer of heaven. Giant soldiers, protect me! What are you doing, you blockheads? By now it was no longer a spear, but the whirlwind of a massive hammer that raised a sound like the windstorm as it flew through the air. It was the legendary hammer that had shaken even the king of the frost giants. So the giant soldiers couldn't escape from that fear. though, regardless of how strongly their master ordered them, they couldn't get in the path of that hammer. Back rank, mate. Rest in peace. Damn it! Before the whirlwind of the massive chunk of metal, Beatrice was nothing more than a mere speck. The instant the whirlwind started to suck Beatrice in, she appeared to change into a massive war tower. The iron hammer smashed the war tower, scattering tremendous amounts of rubble. But it did not reach she who had escaped behind it. Furthermore, when the smoke started to settle, the war tower had sucked in the massive iron hammer without crumbling and blocked the way. Even the giant smashing iron hammer couldn't break through the final tower protecting the witch. However, this war tower was actually the witch's last trump card. It was a war tower for dodging that could only save her from danger once. But this tower was impregnable. No weapon could break through it. At that time, the moon disappeared. As Beatrice hid in the shadows of the giant soldier battle line in the war tower, she looked up at the sky. And she did. Inside the moon was the figure of a massive horse ridden by the god of war and death. The predecessor Beatrice rode the horse within him. His cloak had blocked the moon and swallowed it in the eerie shadow. And the spear of the god was in his hand once more. In other words, it was a godly knight who had jumped over the rampart formed by the giant soldiers in the war tower, attacking from the heavens. Whoa! Smothered mate! You got me. Smothered mate. It was fun, Beatrice. Oh! The struggle to the death between the two witches with the same name was over. The spear that had been launched from the heavens pierced the ground. The giant soldier battle line in the war tower sprinted up into countless gold butterflies, wrapping the area in a gold-colored storm. Then came the sound of thunder, the sound of falling rain and winds. If you looked around, the rose garden was empty. The butler and the rest were watching the two witches confronting each other. But Beatrice alone had changed. She had been pierced straight through by the spear, from the base of her neck and her right shoulder to her left buttocks. Unable to reach the ground with her feet, horribly exposed like a pitiful pinned butterfly, tormented by the wind and rain. Beatrice-sama! As expected, a truly fearsome person. That settles it, Beatrice. Ouch! Beatrice wore a bitter smile of false courage. But a strand of blood dangled from her mouth, making her look even more pitiful. The title and power of Endless Witch. You will return them to me now, along with the name Beatrice. You are too immature to call yourself an Endless Witch. Stop. Forgive me, teacher. I was just fooling around, okay? I will take my name back from you. I shall return you to your original form. Perhaps you should relinquish this power which is beyond you, and live a life suitable for yourself. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? The predecessor Beatrice began to recite the words of power. When she did, small gold butterflies gathered near the skewered Beatrice. Beatrice, and began to swarm about her. The fact that my throat was getting caught up made me stumble there. I became a little American. Like butterflies sucking the nectar out of flowers. They began to suck the magical power out of Beatrice. And it seemed to cause her intense pain. A cry of anguish issued from Beatrice's mouth. She no longer had any power to resist it. Come, try closing your eyes. Try to remember. What form did you have? Come, Beatrice, repeat it with me. Let us sing a song together. Then it will be over soon. Let us end your pain as fast as possible. You're right. How long has it been since I've sung with you, teacher? Come, together now. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? Come, try to remember. What form did you have? When the two of them began to recite the same song, more and more butterflies danced around, swarming around Beatrice. It will be alright, milady. You will lose your place as my disciple, but that will not change the fact that you are the lady I serve. After that, I shall read a book for you again. I shall bake you apple pies once more, just like it was long ago. Come, try to remember. Yes, try to remember. Are you finally starting to remember? Hey, teacher, did you remember that thing behind you? What is this? The predecessor Beatrice looked behind her. There was an eerie hedgehog curled up there. No, it was herself. There was another predecessor Beatrice whose whole body had been packed with ballista shots, lying there like a pink cushion doll. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? Or maybe that's not right. Come, try to remember. How were you killed? The predecessor Beatrice was stunned. Her form gradually began to fade away. When did you... At the beginning, I did not summon a pair of shoulder towers. There were 4 towers. Teacher, you carelessly stepped across the 7th rank rook boundary of death created by the 2 hidden towers, which were lurking in the distance on either side of you. It was bad manners of me to say check this late. I simply must apologize. The battle had been decided at the very beginning. It had been over since the time the predecessor had leaned forward, readying her holy sphere to attack Beatrice, who had been wedged between her shoulder towers. The hidden towers lurking on either side had bathed her in a windstorm of ballista shots from 720 ports on both sides, pinning her and killing her. However, Beatrice hadn't wanted it to be resolved like that. She had wanted to let her teacher take her next move, and had continued acting as though the game was still on. She had immediately revived her with the endless power, and had made her continue the game as though nothing had happened. Then, the predecessor slowly remembered that she had already been killed, and began to vanish completely. When she did, the spear that had pierced Beatrice also vanished. Beatrice finally landed on the ground. There wasn't even a trace of a scar. It was fun, teacher. You want to play again? I'll revive you anytime. And once we had some fun, I'll make you remember that you're a corpse again. See? I did everything you told me to, right? Didn't you tell me to always put my toys back in their boxes when I'm done playing with them? Was it an easy victory? You fool! It was a tough one. If I hadn't tricked her with the 4 towers, I would have been the one dead. At that expect from teacher. But now, I can stand proud. Now I have completely surpassed teacher. Hello, son. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Raiders. How's it going? Hope you guys had a nice stream. What were you guys up to? Let me know. While I shout you out. There we go. Playing the original Half-Life. I see. That game is really funny. Did you manage to finish it, or is there still like... because I know the game is like pretty long. If you want to play it in one go, it takes you like 15 hours, I bet. Just finished. Nice. GG. First time too? Awesome. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed the funny way the game ends. The funny finale, the final level. Right now we're playing... Well, yeah, we're playing Umineko. Going through it. We're currently in episode 3. So this is like pretty significant spoiler territory, so... if you're interested in seeing this story for yourself someday, I suggest you duck out if you can. It was the time I thought so. And if not, you can stick around and you can hear me do funny voices. Ronald, clean up teacher's remains a bit. I haven't lost my respect for her that much. Certainly. Tonight's first twilight became a little too riotous. A little cleanup will be necessary. I shall see to it immediately. Goats, it is time to clean up. And you know, I would give a small summary of this, but it is impossible. It would take me like an hour to summarize everything that's happened. Blazing, sparkling eyes began to blink open in the shadows and darkness, becoming goat-headed attendants that appeared one after another. One by one, they wordlessly stood at attention in a line behind Renov's back. This time, what shall be done about the 6 corpses? Another close room pattern? I'm in no mood to think right now. I will leave it to you, Renov. An extraordinary close room to torment Battler, if you would. Certainly. Then it shall be extraordinary. Okay, where's Battler? Battler, did you see my big moment? Damn it! After being shown that screwed up magical storm, what can I deny? Forget just witches existing. After being shown that tremendous flashy fantasy, what can I deny now? I don't get it anymore. It was like the last time too. But how can I deny these awesome, wonderful, magical battles? Isn't that right? After watching this, you can talk your way out of it, right? Oh, you can't. Okay, Battler, let me hear some ridiculous reasoning. Milady, your laugh is becoming undignified. Oh, my apologies. But that isn't my fault. After all, if Battler tightly closes his eyes, grinds his teeth, and shows me that ever so bitter expression, it just automatically slips out of my mouth, you see. So, Battler-sama, why don't you return to the table without losing heart? Milady is expecting your counterattack, you see. Quit messing with me! How the hell can I make a counter-argument? In the first place, everything was already screwed up when that tower sprouted up out of the earth. Should I say that under the ground in Rokkenjima there's a secret laboratory for building super alloy combining robots or something? And that pushing a button can make these strange towers sprout up? Right. And then those huge giants must be the robots. Or maybe an evil secret association's mecha monsters? I don't get it. Don't talk to me. Ah! Look, look, look. Don't cry, okay? Bang, bang. It's magic. If you want, I'll crush the moon and make comets fall like rain. I can even bury the whole island in those massive-breasted nechans you like so much, see? Come on, come on. Look, look, look. My turn's over, see? Show me your response. Launch your counterattack. You can't, can you? Accept that there's a quadrillion things you can't do. You're useless against this, right? You actually like this kind of fantasy, don't you? I get it. That's been going around on the streets lately, hasn't it? In a manga and light novels, in anime and movies. Some teenage brats get a whole bunch of strange special abilities, and they blow up all sorts of stuff with the fate of the world on the line. You love that too, don't you? I know. Don't hide it. You love it, right? Hasn't the thing you love just been displayed before your very eyes? Why do you believe in manga and anime, but you won't believe in me? Believe, believe, believe it! You can't argue back, not after you've been shown something like this, right? Look, 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 answer! You don't need to think, you can just obediently say, I'm sorry, Batoriche-sama. Look, look, try saying it. I'm sorry, Batoriche-sama. Try saying it, say it, don't be embarrassed. She knows so much. I believe in manga, nice. I believe in manga too. You know, that scene really sold me on the fact that she was really, 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 really pissed off about the thing that happened with Shannon. And she was really trying to let off some steam. I was like, sorry, Battler, you're the one who's here. I'm just gonna have to use you as a punching bag for a little bit. My bad, dude, yeah. There couldn't have been no way to tell that morning had come without opening the curtain and looking up at the cloudy sky, which had become a tiny bit lighter. It wasn't a refreshing morning. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, which hadn't stopped falling since last night, and the howl of the winds. It's hard to imagine that it's morning. This horribly weather speaks for our hearts. Hey, it could be worse. At least it's just rain and not spears falling from the sky. Whenever I see these two's smug expression, I can't help but do the stupid voice. They really are good for each other, these two characters. Whether it's rain or spears, it's coming down with a bang. Is it already 6? Isn't this enough? After this, we got no measures we can take till the mystery 19th person, Beatrice, makes her move. True. However, I believe we have anticipated every trick they might use against us. That's right. As long as the traitor doesn't appear among the siblings, we should be able to deal with most situations. Haven't we talked about this enough? We've stayed up all night. I'm tired. You're right. How about taking a little rest after eating breakfast? A good plan. Staying up all night is trying at our age. As they all stretched, they enjoyed this unrefreshing morning as best they could. I'll go wash my face or something. I probably look horrible. What is that awful stench? As soon as they exited into the corridor, Kirie openly made a disgusted expression. What is it? Hey, don't you smell something awful? What is this stench? I can't stand it. After hearing those complaints, everyone stuck their heads out into the corridor. The stench was faint, but once people started commenting on it, it was clearly noticeable. Each of them went into the corridor, relying on their own sense of smell to tell them where the strange odor was coming from. What in the world could it be? Let us have Genji deal with it. I believe he should already have arrived in the servant room to begin the morning preparations. Indeed. Please do. At the very least, it's difficult to imagine Goda making a breakfast that would cause such an odor. Rudolph and the others searched for the source of the smell, and determined that it was coming from underground. From the boiler room. But the door was locked, and they couldn't check inside. At the same time, when Natsume's group was on its way to search for someone in the servant's room, they noticed something strange near the parlor. What is this? What a horrible prank. Who would do something like this? On the door to the parlor, drawn in a paint that looked like blood, was a strange thing that looked like a magic circle. There's no one in the kitchen yet. What is that? Eva's group, who thought the smell might be coming from the kitchen, had returned after confirming that no one was there and that preparations for breakfast had not yet begun. Then they noticed the change to the parlor. It's useless. The boiler room's locked. Wouldn't that be as bad if something went wrong with the boiler? If anyone spotted a servant. Is one of those vulgar scribbles here too? There was another one on the door to the boiler room. What is that? This creepy scribble isn't just here, but it's in the other places too. You don't think this is the witch of the forest bat that reaches a declaration of war, do you? Hideyoshi tried to make fun of it. But staring at this creepy magic circle while listening to the wind and rain really make it seem like a message from a witch. The dripping, bright red paint made one thing of blood, which made it even creepier. Hideyoshi tried to open the door, but it had been locked. As a general rule, the parlor wasn't locked. Someone had gone out of their way to lock it. What does this mean? Could it be that while we were talking in the dining hall, someone secretly left this scribble? On the doors to the parlor and the boiler room? I'm sure the servants are behind this. We're together the whole time. We all have alibis. They probably received some strange order from Father and pulled this prank. What's this paint made of? Yeah. And there's also the case yesterday with Maria-chan's letter. It's really easy to suspect that the servants are acting on that orders and planning something. You know, it is extremely fucked up to me that this episode kills the servants first. Because the servants are like the easiest guys to voice. So now I have all the really difficult voices and they're all talking in the same scene. Anyway, where is everyone? They can't be playing hide and seek. Let's look for them. Before that, I'm worried about the children. They are safe, right? I'll go and check, and while I'm there, I'll see if there are any servants there. Then let's split up. While you go to the guest house to see how the brats are doing, we'll investigate inside the mansion. I don't want to think about it, but maybe these creepy magic circles aren't just in places. We've found them already. They might be wrapped up in some bizarre game of darkness. I will go to him and hear the situation. Though, I doubt he'll really listen to me. The adults split up. As a result, they confirmed that the 4 children were safe in the so-called cousin room on the 2nd floor of the guest house. Specifically, I always feel sad when Genji isn't around anymore because Genji's the easiest character to voice by far. Except maybe for Battler. Battler is also pretty easy. They had apparently stayed up late last night playing. All of them were snoring loudly, so Rosa decided not to wake them. Furthermore, Nanjo, who had returned early the previous night to rest, was also safe. Hey, Nanjo. It seemed he believed in the phrase, early to bed, early to rise, and had awoken refreshed. During that time, Kiri and Hideyoshi searched for the servants, but they didn't find them. The servant room in the guest house was also empty. Alright, Nanjo exists. He's trying to keep a low profile, you know, he's a doctor, he doesn't belong here. He's just a guest. The children are safe. They all stayed up till late last night. The servant room is empty. I looked at the shift chart, and the morning shift begins at 6 o'clock. They should have started working by now. The nap room is also empty. There were signs that a futon had been slept in, but it wasn't warm. Hey, isn't everyone's reasoning right on this? There's probably a game father set up. He must have left some creepy scribbles and hid himself somewhere, trying to make us do something. Are you saying he's trying to see who's fit to succeed his wealth in the headship? Isn't that a bit... No. It might not be strange if Father was behind something like that. After all, Father loves doing things on a big scale. This might have been finely tuned plans starting as far back as when the epitaph was hung in the hall. In that case, I wonder if they give us an announcement of the game or some explanation of it. It certainly would be nice if an envelope with the crest, like the one handed to Maria-chan, were to appear. Oh, that also happened, I forgot. I think they just kind of skip through it. You see it like in a very small scene. That's right. Maybe Nissan and the rest have found something like that in the mansion. Dr. Nanjo, have you heard anything about this? My apologies, I have no idea what is going on. And yet, yes, certainly. I could easily imagine Kinso-san planning something on a big scale. Shouldn't we go back to the mansion for now? Maybe they found something over there. If I won't be in the way, I shall go too. I'll stay here. The children are sleeping upstairs. We don't know what's happening. We cannot leave them alone. That's right. I'll stay with Rosa-san and watch over the place. Will you tell that to my husband? Dr. Banjo. Yeah, it's good. I like it. It's like, ah man, this place is boring as fuck. We need somebody to lighten up the mood with some music. Who do we call? I know, let's call Dr. Banjo. He's the guy for the job. Rosa and Kiria remain in the guest house. Hideyoshi went with Nanjo and returned again to the mansion. At the same time, in the mansion. In a way that was hard to believe. Or maybe we should say in a way that gave him a bad feeling. Rudolph's prediction was spot on. The same magic circle graffiti that had been drawn on the doors to the boiler room and the parlor had been found in multiple places throughout the mansion. Aniki, how's that? It was no use. I received no response. I tried putting my ear against the door. I couldn't sense anyone. There's no sign of any of the servants. Where in the world did they disappear to? This isn't funny. Father and the servants are hiding, and there's strange magic circles all over the mansion. What in the world is happening? There weren't only magic circles on the door to the boiler room and the door to the parlor. There were 2 on the 2nd floor. And 1 on the 3rd floor. For a total of 5. They were all the same magic circle. And all of the doors had been locked, so they couldn't check inside the rooms. Anyway, let's do something about the boiler room first. It'd be bad if something broke down and caught fire or exploded. So we need the key. It should be in the key box in the servant room. They fished through that key box. Because each of the servants carried their master keys around, these weren't kept there. However, all of the individual keys should have been there. I can't believe they managed to fit so many keys in there. It isn't there. No matter how much we look, the key to the boiler room isn't there. Look, Aniki. Only the keys to the rooms with those magic circles drawn on them. Totally missing. It's true. How bothersome. It's as though someone didn't want us to go into the room with the magic circles. No. They went to all the trouble of making those magic circles obvious, so maybe they wanted us to enter. I think it's the latter. This isn't a movie, so breaking down the door is probably impossible. Smashing a window might do the trick, though. For a while, Kraus pondered over whether the situation really called for smashing a window. At the time, Hideyoshi and Nanja returned. There was nothing strange in the guest house, and the children were safe. They told the others that Rosa and Kiria had stayed to watch over the place. Good morning. I heard that something strange had happened. Good morning, Dr. Nanjo. I apologize for waking you so early in the morning. What is it? Did you find a letter or something? I was sure you'd have something like that by now. You're right. I also believe this to be a massive joke or game of Father's. But if that's the case, there should be some letter telling us about it. Like in the letter that was given to Maria-chan. What if Maria-chan's letter actually was the announcement telling us that the game was on? The rules of the game, try solving the riddle of the epitaph, had already been made clear. Then what might the 5 magic circles we found in the mansion represent? Lolaha. And the missing servants. I'm having trouble. I don't know who's saying this, so I can't do a voice. And that's the Hine-san. How many servants were there today in total? Huh? Genji, Goda, 5 of them. But why? So there are 5 servants. There are also 5 magic circles. It's probably a coincidence, but I don't like it. Nissan, let's break a window. We should check and see what's inside. We have no choice. Do it neatly. Krause made a decision and gave permission to smash a window. And he decided that the first room they would break into would be the parlor on the 1st floor, where the windows would be easiest to reach. They had hoped to peek in through the window, but the curtains were down, so they couldn't see inside. I had a feeling things would get really fucking out of control really fast in this one, because it's like, oh, well, they only kill the servants, and nobody cares about the servants in this story. So it's gonna be fine. They're not gonna go into a panic fit immediately and start shooting each other. But then you remember, oh fuck, there's no servants. And these are all rich people. Oh no. They're not gonna know how to work the heating system in the house, and they're gonna start burning chairs. Yeah, they're not people then, they're furniture. I mean, they're breaking windows right now because they don't know how to open the doors. Rolf wandered around the garden trying to find something that would be good for smashing the window. Eventually, he found a rock bigger than a fist and came back. You don't have to smash the whole thing. Just open it enough so you can reach the lock. Don't get your hopes up, okay? Rolf raised the rock and hit the glass with it several times. Eventually, he succeeded in opening a hole big enough that he could unlock it from the outside. Covering his hand with a handkerchief, he stuck his hand through the hole and cautiously unlocked it. We should probably cover it with packing tape later. The rain will get blown in. When he suddenly opened the window, the wind and the rain make the curtain dance around violently. It's the parlor too. Fuck, man. The parlor's gonna get all messed up. That curtain was blown to the side. They could see into the parlor they knew well. They were a little relieved. They thought there might be another bizarre magic circle inside the room. Or possibly the traces of some creepy ceremony. In any event, they didn't want to hang around out in the rain. The six of them, Kraus, Natsuki, Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Nanjo entered the parlor as a group.
It seems that nothing in particular has changed.
What's wrong, Shannon? Wait, are you okay? What happened to you? Blood! Blood! Dr. Nanjo, take a look at this! Hey! Shannon-chan, are you okay? Answer me! You mustn't shake her. I will examine her condition now. She had been in the shadow of the sofa, so they hadn't noticed her until they entered the room. Oh, this is Golden Slaughterer again, isn't it? Yeah, it's really good. Shannon was lying on the floor, her chest stained bright red with blood. Hey! Battler! Where are you? Look! Look! Shannon's corpse has turned up. See? I won't bully you anymore, so come out. Oh, there you are. What are you doing clutching at your head in a place like that? Battler was crouching under the table, holding his head. His pitiful figure made it plainly clear that he didn't want to see anything, didn't want to hear anything. Had he heard Batrice's sneering voice? Okay, yeah. It's spoilers, sadly. Turbo spoilers. Could he not hear, or was he pretending that he couldn't hear? In any event, it was clear that he closed up his heart like a shell. Perhaps you tormented him too much, milady. After showing him all that and demanding a counter-argument, I can understand why he'd want to mope around. Hey, Battler. If you can't argue back, then resign, okay? It's your turn. If you don't make some move or pass, or else give up, we won't get anywhere. Huh? What's that? I can't hear you. I said be quiet. Shut up, shut up, shut up! He broke down before they even got killed, I think. Well, no, he did see like 3 of the killings, and then it's like, fuck, man, I can't handle this anymore. She loves the hate and trolling, yeah. A witch? Magic? Why don't you just do whatever you want? I don't believe any of it. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Don't talk to me, don't show me anything. Disappear, disappear, just disappear. Don't get that annoying face near me. Batoriche wins reflexively at Battler's sudden range. Even if you say that, if you don't finish your turn, then my turn won't come. In fact, I'm the one asking you to stop boring me. Who cares? Be quiet! Shut up! Who cares about your game? I won't go along with it. If your turn won't come until mine's finished, then just wait for all eternity. I don't know, I don't get it. I won't accept witches or magic. I won't accept something that's screwed up. Oh, I said don't talk to me. Yeah, she's awesome. Straight sociopath. I don't know what's what anymore. After being shown something that's screwed up, how could I resist? I wandered aimlessly through the rose garden. It was raining and windy, but that didn't mean my body got wet. There was just a feeling of isolation as I wandered amidst the wind and rain without an umbrella. Maybe I lost in that person's game a long time ago. Actually, didn't we already have a clear winner and loser in the last game? Draw. I surrendered for a time. That's why the world was tinted with witches and magic. Right now, Rokkenjima is a different world, where witches stride around openly and fire off strange spells. It isn't a matter of accepting it or denying it. Maybe I mistakenly assumed that I was playing a game on an even footing with Battle. Maybe I was already defeated in the last game, and this is just the signing ceremony of my surrender. A minute ago, a terrible battle unfolded in this rose garden. I saw it with my own eyes. Kicked the ground. Obviously, the ground was hard, and water from a puddle splashed. Several towers had split this ground, sprouting like high-rise buildings. The more I kicked this ground, the more it felt like that couldn't possibly have happened. But for that very reason, I couldn't explain it with anything other than magic anymore. If it was a closed room with a key shut up inside, I'd know it was probably an extension of stuff you often see in detective novels. But that big flashy thing? Damn it! It seems my disciple has caused you much trouble. Huh? It's you! Someone suddenly spoke to me, so I turned around. And in the Rose Garden Arbor was the predecessor Batoriche, whom Batoriche had supposedly defeated a short while ago. I was sure you died. So, you survived. No, I did die. Now, I am nothing more than a defeated chess piece loitering around outside the chessboard. You're Bata's teacher, right? So, in other words, you're a witch too. Yes, that is correct. So, basically, that means witches really do exist. And the only one who can defeat her isn't me. That'd be you since you can use us and magic, right? I'm just useless now. There's nothing I can do anymore. Oh my. Have you surrendered completely? What do you mean surrender? How am I supposed to explain that? Towers sprouting and falling? Huge giants holding shields and throwing spears? Just remembering it makes me feel like I'm going insane. We're way past the point of trying to reason this all out, aren't we? We've left the level of tricks and things that can be explained with human culprits. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Calm yourself. I am nothing more than a piece on that child's game board. After being removed from that board, I am no longer a being capable of doing anything. But you are that child's opponent. As long as you do not give up on your own, you will always have the power to strike back. Shut up! Weren't you also reciting strange spells and summoning towers and spears? What do you mean strike back? Are you saying you'll teach me magic too and make me take a part in that massive magic battle? If you wish, I could teach you a bit about magic. Oh, just what I wanted. Please, give me some awesome magic to smash through her chest in one blow. Ha, don't screw with me. I hear that in Japanese magic there is a ceremony used to pray for rain. Do you know of it? Or a rain ceremony? That thing where you throw stuff into a fire and dance as an offering? That's not magic. They say that the fire causes an updraft, which makes rain clouds gather. That's supposed to be an accepted scientific phenomenon. Oh? I believe it to be a form of Eastern magic. But is that not the case? I believe people offered sacred fire to the heavens, as well as a dance of respect, so that your entreaty for rain would reach the hearts of the gods. Maybe people did that long ago. But most occult things like that have a scientific explanation. Why do things burn? Isn't that because phlogiston is contained in the material? No, things burn because of a chemical reaction. Hello, Roulet. How's it going? Lavoisier abolished the phlogiston theory. Holy shit! My man! Why does heat transfer through objects? Isn't that because caloric is contained in the material? I'm pretty sure that was abolished by Joule. Heat is energy, not a substance. You have studied well. Your knowledge is accurate. It's just some trivia. Phlogiston, caloric, and eventually ether in God's love. I mean, you can be stupid and know a lot. He's good at remembering, he's just not good at thinking. I haven't really started episode 3 yet because I'm playing Time Stranger. Oh, okay. This is a little bit of spoilers. Maybe a lot of spoilers, but since you have the context of episode 1 and 2, it's not too bad, I suppose. All are powerless before a scientific explanation. In the past, I was told that an apple falling from a tree was thanks to God's love, so that humans would be given food. So, even gravity is the love of God? Well, that's probably the remnants from the period where religion rather than science was used to explain everything. That is correct. In the past, humans called the limits of their knowledge. No, ignorance itself. Magic. Like the rain ceremony we were just talking about. Did the people of ancient times realize that there was a scientific explanation? That fire gave rise to heat to cause updrafts to summon clouds. Even without understanding these things, they at least knew the results. That probably happened a lot. That stuff called knowledge of the ancestors. And without understanding the reason, through long experience they knew that they'd achieve results. Phenomena whose principles they didn't understand were probably the same as magic to them. Like this person just said, ancient people who didn't understand these principles probably believed that. Through the rain ceremony, their wishes would reach the heavens and make rain fall. To them, that was certainly magic. As long as they didn't understand updrafts. If you push an electrical switch, a light turns on. Children do not know the scientific principles behind why a light bulb lights up. They only know the result when they push the switch. if they obtain such a result without knowing the principles, doesn't that make it magic to them? That's pretty interesting. Well, logically, that's true. For example, I don't have a clue why the brown tubes on TV show a picture. Still, I think it's totally normal to see things shown on a TV. Even if I don't understand the principles behind brown tubes, I at least know that if I push the switch, I can watch TV. It's exactly the same as having a rain ceremony without understanding updrafts. In other words, if I don't know the principles, even TV is the same as magic. Or even magic itself, I guess. Do you know the structure of brown tubes? Have you ever taken one apart and looked inside? Nope. I think I read about it in a book or something once, but it was complicated and I didn't have a clue. I think that when electrons hit a fluorescent material, it creates luminescence or something like that. The book lied. Actually, there are small people called gremlins shut up inside the brown tubes, and they do their work with magic. That's true. But then they stopped using brown tubes, and so they don't use the small people anymore. They don't use gremlins. Now it's just transistors. It's way more boring. When I was in middle school or something, I had a whole existential conundrum thinking about this shit. There are so many things I do that I don't actually understand how they work. I'm sorry. And then you became an awesome engineer. Huh? Don't be stupid. There's no way that's true. That's why TRTs have so little delay. Yeah. Yeah. How can you deny it if you have never looked inside a brown tube? I've never looked inside, but I can say for sure that small people like that definitely don't exist. Since there are no brown tubes here, that is impossible to prove. Yeah, it's impossible to prove right now. But later, I can take apart a TV somewhere and show you, and instantly win the argument later. When's later? Battler, you're dead. You're literally dead. They killed you in this story like 3 times already. Well, more times if you count the thing that happened in episode 2. Well, you know, when we're done with this and we go home. So, put another way. My magical theory that gremlins are shut up inside the brown tubes and display the picture with magic. It's impossible to disprove until we can verify the contents of a brown tube, correct? Hell, is this one of those? Are you trying to say it's a devil's proof? That's a favorite trick of you, which is... No, it's not. It's your favorite trick. A devil's proof is a bit of sophistry. One that takes advantage of the fact that negative facts are impossible to prove. However, it's different from my brown tubes metaphor. That could be resolved simply by taking apart a single television. Yeah, that's true. You're right. It isn't really a devil's proof. It is simply, I am winning the argument right now, but I'm probably gonna lose later. You have proposed a scientific theory, and I have proposed a magical one. One of those is the truth. And which one it is can be ascertained the moment you look inside a brown tube. However, until the instant that happens, we cannot deny each other's theories. I think I know where this one is going. Get ready, brace yourself. So even though only one truth exists, until you look into the brown tube, you can have 2 conflicting truths existing at the same time. You have a realm in which 2 truths can exist simultaneously, even though there must be only one truth in existence. Is the cat in the box alive or dead? What? What are you talking about? We weren't talking about cats or boxes. What is this? All of a sudden. If you open the box, you will learn the answer. You will learn the truth. However, until you open the box, you can claim that the cat is alive. And you can also claim that it is dead. Both claims are the correct truth. It's a visual novel when they cry about the Schrodinger's cat. And they will. Both claims are the correct truth according to the people making them. And even though the two sides are in conflict, I can win the argument as long as the box remains unopened. In other words, two truths can exist at the same time. It's crazy, yeah. I didn't know about that. Even though there can only be one cat in the box. It is packed with a living cat and a dead cat, forming a strange separate worlds. That is what Rokkenjima is now. This island is now a different world where a scientific theory and a magical one can exist at the same time. To a resident of the world of science such as yourself, at a glance, it may feel as though this island had been sucked into a world of magic. That might not be wrong, but it is not accurate. Strictly speaking, it has been removed from the world of science to the gap between that world and the world of magic. So at a glance, it appears to you as though the world is tilted towards the magical side. But in reality, this island is now in perfect impartial position with relation to those two opposing worlds. We love when there's a superposition of truth. Yeah. Legit, I love it. I mean, there's a reason why I never read the manga, you know? Because the manga is advertised as, oh, here's the canonical answer as to what happened in Rokkenjima. And I'm like, no, I don't want to know. Don't tell me. I don't want to hear it. I don't really get it. The gap between reality and magic? Perfectly impartial worlds? How's that? Hasn't pretty much everything that's happened been totally not in my favor? So yeah, spoilers for the manga. The main thing about the manga is that it tells you the answers to every one of the episodes. And perhaps you could think of it this way. It has some very cool characterization moments though, but that is a very steep price to pay, in my opinion. This is a trial. Think of it as a court where you and Beatrice are laying out opposing claims. Call it a brown tube trial. Your opponent claims that there are tiny people inside the brown tubes, claiming one thing after another, talking about the lives of these tiny people, what they look like, what type of magical power they have, and what do they do. Well, I study in the library and argue back by explaining how brown tubes are constructed. At this moment, both your claim and that child's claim exist in the court at the same time. If you find your opponent's claim convincing, it might sound like truth to you. It might look like truth to you. That is exactly what you saw. At this moment on Rokkenjima, witches and magic certainly may exist as truth. However, until the moment that the cat box is opened, that world is an uncertain wave function. The entire situation can be explained by both sides at the same time. However, there is one truth. That set of truths shrinks with observation, and countless truths are weeded out to become one truth. It is like when, in court, the judge hands down his judgment. The true truths from the prosecutors and defense's claims are reduced in number by the judgment and become one. To say it in your words, designing right now is the world right before looking into a brown tube, right? Therefore, the science theory and the magic theory cannot be denied. And since they cannot be denied, both exist as truth. Therefore, both witches and magic can exist. However, at the same time, your opinion of denial also exists as truth. It is a world where two conflicting things can exist at once. And it is a world where conflicting truths cannot disprove each other. Have you managed to understand? In other words, no matter how much awesome magic Beato shows me, it's only a claim of magical theory, and it doesn't disprove my position. So, no matter what kind of magic Beato shows me in this world, it cannot become proof that magic exists. That's right. That child might even try to explain an apple falling from a tree with magic, perhaps by shaking her staff and magically plucking the apple, then claiming to be the thing that made it drop down to the earth. However, that would be nothing more than another claim. None of your opponent's claims can prevent you from making yours. In that sense, this world is quite impartial to both sides. I get it. Still, by that argument, if I show a sound argument with my science theory, and it collides head-on with her magic theory, I also can't win against her. On top of that, the final judgment won't come until we peek into the brown tube. Where is the brown tube in this world? Because if it exists, there should be no reason for us to argue. Why don't we just get along and peek into the brown tube? If there really is a tiny person in there, it's my complete loss. Otherwise, it's my victory. Why do you have to hold this debate without looking into the brown tube? That itself is the game you're being challenged to. Maybe instead of a court, I should use chess as an example. There, victory and loss are not determined by a judge. You who fight will decide it yourself. Can you win an argument with an opponent in a screwed up world where multiple truths can exist at the same time? In actual fact, didn't you lose an argument and surrender like this? That is all the advice I can give you now. Oh fuck yeah, I love this song. Check this out. If you wish, I can occasionally offer you cancel. Sure. Thanks, that really helps. I'll avenge you. Thank you. I look forward to it. What's your name? Beatrice used to be my name, but now that I have surrendered, I do not have a name. So I shall take a temporary name. Virgilius. No, how about Virgilia? Virgilia? Like Valkyria? Wasn't that a name for the goddess that shows up in myths? No. It means the guide who leads the way to Beatrice. I will guide you to that child who waits at the summit of Mount Purgatory. You know, to be a fitting name for such a guy. Would have guessed that accept help from a witch when I'm trying to deny witches. Virgilia, yes! Is it? I see. If it is a contradictory world where different things can exist at the same time, I guess that's cool. It's almost funny. I'm borrowing that child's words, but you truly are like a phoenix. Your will to fight has already been revived. Come, if your heart is prepared, return to your opponent. Return to the chessboard where that child is seated. Hang on. Let me see this bio. Virgilia. A now retired endless witch and Beatrice's teacher. She used the endless magic properly and devoted her life to the smiles and happiness of many people. Taught Beatrice the endless magic, believing that Beatrice would also devote herself to the people, and retired. Though she was Beatrice's teacher, she was also a magician employee by Beatrice's family. For that reason, she interacted with Beatrice in a manner fitting for her servants. Some point to this as the source of Beatrice's arrogance and recklessness. Yeah, her sleeves. I'm curious, I want to see. Okay, you're Mammon. I forgot about the other one. Yeah, that's Mammon. Which one is Mammon? Oh, Greed. It's Greed. Okay. And this is Asmodeus. Lust. And this one is the same as Leviathan, Lucifer, Satan. I'm not getting the other one. It's not proccing. I'm actually missing two, I think. There we go. There's one. Beelzebub. And the last one should be Belphegor. She's not showing up. It's the one with black hair and twin tails. This one. There we go. Yep, Belphegor. Okay. I look forward to seeing how far you can fight with my disciple. Yeah, watch it. I won't listen to her babbling anymore. I'll coolly fight to the end. I definitely won't get provoked by her any longer. Then let us return to the seat of the battle. Oh! Battler! Where did you run off to? And I thought losers never came back for more. Sorry to keep you waiting. I've cooled my head a little. And? Do you think of the response to that pleasant, thrilling, refreshing, highly acclaimed, wonderful fantasy battle between teacher and me? Isn't that impossible to explain without fantasy? Milady, didn't you just promise to be kind and act more gracefully? Oh no, I just got in such a good mood when I saw Battler's face, you see. Look, how are you gonna respond to that battle just now, Battler? Battle? What battle? There's no battle here. I should know. I'm Battler. I know all about battles. I'm gonna screenshot this one because I think it's funny that he's saying this. Okay. What? In this rose garden. Where do you see those spears and towers you made lying around? They aren't here, are they? In other words, it's just like the inside of a brown tube. The inside of a brown tube. What in the world are you talking about now? She doesn't know what a TV is. This very moment, there's nothing at all in the rose garden. Towers may have been sprouting with magic until a short while ago. However, that's only the case until we see what's inside the brown tooth. Yeah. That magical battle is nothing more than your interpretation. You're playing. The fact that there's absolutely nothing to see here now proves it. This is how I argue back about the witch's battle just now. Right now, there isn't anything here, which proves that nothing happens. Yeah, it's really funny. She really is like a child that just learned something new. Really excited to show it off. Like, he didn't have to do the brown tube thing. He just dropped it because that's what he was using when he talked to Virgilia. Come now, of course I can make a huge mess when it's only my first Twilight. And I'm rather fond of that Rose Garden, you see. To prevent any damage, I had to fight her inside a barrier. So it's only natural that it wouldn't have any influence on reality. That's your claim? Well, I guess that works. However, at this point in time, there's nothing in the Rose Garden. So nothing stands in the way of my claim that there was no magic done here. Wait. Can you deny my magic with a mess like that? It is impossible to prove that magic does not exist. It's a devil's proof. At this point in time, this garden is the truth. Yeah. The instant you look inside, the tiny people inside the brown tube will vanish. What the fuck are you talking about, Battler? And there's no traces of magic here at all. She wasn't there, Battler. She doesn't know what you're talking about. You need to give her some context. So that battle between you witches did not take place. That counter? That power? Could it be? Have you forgotten, milady? It's the multi-layered world's reduction technique. The power of a finite witch. The counter to the power of an endless witch. A finite witch, holy shit. Only an endless witch can perceive it, and it is most effective against such a witch. Schrodinger's cat box? That old hag of a witch, what an uncalled for hint. We've lost time. Including the 5 servants and grandfather, there are 6 corpses. Let me check the scene. I've been trudging along wasting time. From now on, I'll speed things up, okay? Take a seat, Beatrice. It's finally the first Twilight, isn't it? Let's start the real thing. Show me what you got. Yay! Morale has improved, so we can call it here. Nobody's sad. Everybody's happy now. Except for the 5 people who died. But hey, they died peacefully. Except Goda, poor Goda. Love you. Why? Am I saying it weird? Okay. You say it good. Thank you. I'm glad I say it good. I want to sound stupid. What are we doing now? I forgot. Here, check this out. Here you go. Anyways, before we call it, let me show you the pictures again. Here's one. Whoa, you can't see it actually because it's on the preview. Here you can see both at the same time actually. Boom. One of them is just unrelated fan arts. The other one is the one that I used for episode 3. So I gotta look for somebody to raid now. And it is 2 a.m. Let's see what we got. Okay. Okay. Let's call it here. I was gonna change to the end screen, but no, I wanna I wanna keep the pictures on screen as long as possible because they're never gonna show up again. This is your last chance ever to see them. I'm gonna blast them from the internet forever. Guys, I'm tired. Gonna watch some Ghouls and Ghosts. No problem. I hope you enjoyed Schrodinger's Cats. And I don't think we saw any Hempel's Raven this time around. We saw a little bit of Devil's Proof. Do you know I've never actually drawn any of the other moms? Or fathers? Only Rosa. Rosa got the privilege, isn't it awesome? Because she inspired such strong feelings in me when I saw her in episode 2. When she was pointing that gun at Battler. Acting like a cop. Okay. I would like to draw my wife Natsuhi. Someday. For now, we have to sleep. I'll see you on Monday when I'm playing Oddworld 2. That's right, it's Oddworld 2. Maybe the end of the game? Maybe not. I don't know how long there is. Because there's still like half of the Mudokons left. I don't know how long that's going to take. We'll see. Okay, see you later. The timer is about to go off. Oh, that hasn't happened in a while. I'll just let it go. Good night. Bye, bye, bye.